She didn't move for another 5. Benedict didn't mean to take anything away from his mother and sisters, but once Sophie ran out of the upstairs sitting room, he lost his interest in tea and scones.
"I was just wondering where you'd been,"
Eloise was saying. "Hmm?" He craned his head slightly to the right, wondering how much of the streetscape he could see through the window from this angle.
"I said,"
Eloise practically hollered.
"I was just wondering—"
"Eloise, lower your voice," Lady Bridgerton interjected.
"But he's not listening."
"If he's not listening," Lady Bridgerton said, "then shouting isn't going to get his attention."
"Throwing a scone might work,"
Hyacinth suggested. "Hyacinth, don't you dare—" But Hyacinth had already lobbed the scone. Benedict ducked out of the way, barely a second before it would have bounced off the side of his head. He looked first to the wall, which now bore a slight smudge where the scone had hit, then to the floor where it had landed, remarkably in one piece. "I believe that is my cue to leave," he said smoothly, shooting a cheeky smile at his youngest sister. Her airborne scone had given him just the excuse he needed to duck out of the room and see if he couldn't trail Sophie to wherever it was she thought she was going. "But you just got here," his mother pointed out. Benedict immediately regarded her with suspicion. Unlike her usual moans of, "But you just got here," she didn't sound the least bit upset at his leaving, which meant she was up to something. "I could stay," he said, just to test her. "Oh, no," she said, lifting her teacup to her lips, even though he was fairly certain it was empty. "Don't let us keep you if you're busy." Benedict fought to school his features into an impassive expression, or at least to hide his shock. The last time he'd informed his mother that he was busy, she'd answered with, "Too busy for your mother?" His first urge was to declare, "I'll stay," and park himself in a chair, but he had just enough presence of mind to realize that staying to thwart his mother was rather ridiculous, when what he really wanted to do was leave. "I'll go then," he said slowly, backing toward the door. "Go," she said, shooing him away. "Enjoy yourself." Benedict decided to leave the room before she managed to befuddle him any further. He reached down and scooped up the scone, gently tossing it to Hyacinth, who caught it with a grin. He then nodded at his mother and sisters and headed out into the hall, reaching the stairs just as he heard his mother say, "I thought he'd never leave." Very odd indeed. With long, easy strides, he made his way down the steps and out the front door. He doubted that Sophie would still be near the house, but if she'd gone shopping, there was really only one direction in which she would have headed. He turned right, intending to stroll until he reached the small row of shops. But he'd only gone 3 steps before he saw Sophie, pressed up against the brick exterior of his mother's house, looking as if she could barely remember how to breathe. "Sophie!" Benedict rushed toward her. "What happened? Are you all right?" She started when she saw him, then nodded. He didn't believe her, of course, but there seemed little point in saying so. "You're shaking," he said, looking at her hands. "Tell me what happened. Did someone bother you?" "No," she said, her voice uncharacteristically quavery. Her gaze fell on the stairs next to them. "I tripped on my way down the stairs and it scared me." She smiled weakly. "I'm sure you know what I mean. When you feel as if your insides have flipped upside down." Benedict nodded, because of course he knew what she meant. But that didn't mean that he believed her. "Come with me," he said. She looked up, and something in the green depths of her eyes broke his heart. "Where?" she whispered. "Anywhere but here." I live just 5 houses down," he said. "You do?" Her eyes widened. Then she murmured, "No one told me." "I promise that your virtue will be safe," he interrupted. And then he added, because he couldn't quite help himself, "Unless you want it otherwise." He had a feeling she would have protested if she weren't so dazed, but she allowed him to lead her down the street. "We'll just sit in my front room," he said, "until you feel better." She nodded, and he led her up the steps and into his home, a modest townhouse just a bit south of his mother's. Once they were comfortably ensconced, and Benedict had shut the door so that they wouldn't be bothered by any of his servants, he turned to her, prepared to say, "Now, why don't you tell me what really happened?" But at the very last minute, something compelled him to hold his tongue. He could ask, but he knew she wouldn't answer. She'd be put on the defensive, and that wasn't likely to help his cause any. So instead, he schooled his face into a neutral mask and asked, "How are you enjoying your work for my family?" "They are very nice," she replied. "Nice?" he echoed, sure that his disbelief showed clearly on his face. Maddening, perhaps, maybe even exhausting, but nice? "I think they are very nice," Sophie said firmly. Benedict started to smile, because he loved his family dearly, and he loved that Sophie was growing to love them. But then he realized that he was cutting off his nose to spite his face, because the more attached Sophie became to his family, the less likely she was to potentially shame herself in their eyes by agreeing to be his mistress. Damn! He'd made a serious miscalculation last week, but he'd been so focused on getting her to come to London, and a position in his mother's household had seemed the only way to convince her to do it. That, combined with a fair bit of coercion. Damn, damn, damn! Why hadn't he coerced her into something that would segue a little more easily into his arms? "You should thank your lucky stars that you have them," Sophie said, her voice more forceful than it had been all afternoon. "I'd give anything for—" But she didn't finish her sentence. "You'd give anything for what?" Benedict asked, surprised by how much he wanted to hear her answer. She gazed soulfully out the window as she replied, "To have a family like yours." "You have no one," he said, his words a statement, not a question. "I've never had anyone." "Not even your—" And then he remembered that she'd slipped and told him that her mother had died at her birth. "Sometimes," he said, keeping his voice purposefully light and gentle, "it's not so easy being a Bridgerton." Her head slowly turned around. "I can't imagine anything nicer." "There isn't anything nicer," he replied, "but that doesn't mean it's always easy." "What do you mean?" And Benedict found himself giving voice to feelings he'd never shared with any other living soul, not even, no, especially not his family. "To most of the world," he said, "I'm merely a Bridgerton. I'm not Benedict, or Ben, or even a gentleman of means, and hopefully a bit of intelligence. I'm merely," he smiled ruefully, "a Bridgerton. Specifically number 2. Her lips trembled. Then they smiled. "You're much more than that," she said. "I'd like to think so, but most of the world doesn't see it that way." "Most of the world are fools." He laughed at that. There was nothing more fetching than Sophie with a scowl. "You will not find disagreement here," he said. But then, just when he thought the conversation was over, she surprised him by saying, "You're nothing like the rest of your family." "How so?" he asked, not quite meeting her gaze. He didn't want her to see just how important her reply was to him. "Well, your brother Anthony." Her face scrunched in thought. "His whole life has been altered by the fact that he's the eldest. He quite obviously feels a responsibility to your family that you do not." "Now wait just one—" "Don't interrupt," she said, placing a calming hand on his chest. "I didn't say that you didn't love your family, or that you wouldn't give your life for any one of them. But it's different with your brother. He feels responsible, and I truly believe he would consider himself a failure if any of his siblings were unhappy. "How many times have you met Anthony?" he muttered. "Just once." The corners of her mouth tightened, as if she were suppressing a smile. "But that was all I needed. As for your younger brother, Colin, well, I haven't met him, but I've heard plenty." "From whom?" "Everyone," she said. "Not to mention that he is forever being mentioned in Whistledown, which I must confess I've read for years." "Then you knew about me before you met me?" he said. She nodded. "But I didn't know you. You're much more than Lady Whistledown realizes." "Tell me," he said, placing his hand over hers. "What do you see?" Sophie brought her eyes to his, gazed into those chocolatey depths, and saw something there she'd never dreamed existed. A tiny spark of vulnerability, of need. He needed to know what she thought of him, that he was important to her. This man, so self-assured and so confident, needed her approval. Maybe he needed her. She curled her hand until their palms touched, then used her other index finger to trace circles and swirls on the fine kid of his glove. "You are," she began, taking her time, because she knew that every word weighed heavier in such a powerful moment. "You are not quite the man you present to the rest of the world. You'd like to be thought of as debonair and ironic and full of quick wit, and you are all those things. But underneath, you're so much more. You care," she said, aware that her voice had grown raspy with emotion. "You care about your family, and you even care about me, although God knows I don't always deserve it." "Always," he interrupted, raising her hand to his lips and kissing her palm with a fervency that sucked her breath away. "Always." And... It was hard to continue when his eyes were on hers with such single-minded emotion. "And what?" he whispered. "Much of who you are comes from your family," she said, the words tumbling forth in a rush. "That much is true. You can't grow up with such love and loyalty and not become a better person because of it. But deep within you, in your heart, in your very soul, is the man you were born to be. You, not someone's son, not someone's brother, just you." Benedict watched her intently. He opened his mouth to speak, but he discovered that he had no words. There were no words for a moment like this. "Deep inside," she murmured, "you've the soul of an artist." "No," he said, shaking his head. "Yes," she insisted. "I've seen your sketches. You're brilliant. I don't think I knew how much until I met your family. You captured them all perfectly, from the sly look in Francesca's smile to the mischief in the very way Hyacinth holds her shoulders." "I've never shown anyone else my sketches," he admitted. Her head snapped up. "You can't be serious." He shook his head. "I haven't." "But they're brilliant. You're brilliant. I'm sure your mother would love to see them." "I don't know why," he said, feeling sheepish, "but I never wanted to share them." "You shared them with me," she said softly. "Somehow," he said, touching his fingers to her chin. It felt right. And then his heart skipped a beat, because all of a sudden, everything felt right. He loved her. He didn't know how it had happened, only that it was true. It wasn't just that she was convenient. There had been lots of convenient women. Sophie was different. She made him laugh. She made him want to make her laugh. And when he was with her, well, when he was with her, he wanted her like hell. But during those few moments when his body managed to keep itself in check, he was content. It was strange to find a woman who could make him happy just with her mere presence. He didn't even have to see her, or hear her voice, or even smell her scent. He just had to know that she was there. If that wasn't love, he didn't know what was. He stared down at her, trying to prolong the moment, to hold on to these few moments of complete perfection. Something softened in her eyes, and the colour seemed to melt right then and there, from a shiny, glowing emerald to a soft and lilting moss. Her lips parted and softened, and he knew that he had to kiss her. Not that he wanted to, that he had to. He needed her next to him, below him, on top of him. He needed her in him, around him, a part of him. He needed her the way he needed air. And, he thought in that last rational moment before his lips found hers, he needed her right now. Chapter 17. This author has it on the finest authority that 2 days ago, whilst taking tea at Gunter's, Lady Penwood was hit on the side of her head with a flying biscuit. This author is unable to determine who threw the biscuit, but all suspicions point to the establishment's youngest patrons, Miss Felicity Featherington and Miss Hyacinth Bridgerton. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 21st of May, 1817. Sophie had been kissed before. She had been kissed by Benedict before, but nothing, not a single moment of a single kiss, prepared her for this. It wasn't a kiss. It was heaven. He kissed her with an intensity she could barely comprehend, his lips teasing hers, stroking, nibbling, caressing. He stoked a fire within her, a desire to be loved, a need to love in return. And God help her, when he kissed her, all she wanted to do was kiss him back. She heard him murmuring her name, but it barely registered over the roaring in her ears. This was desire. This was need. How foolish of her ever to think that she could deny this. How self-important to think that she could be stronger than passion. Sophie, Sophie, he said over and over, his lips on her cheek, her neck, her ear. He said her name so many times it seemed to soak into her skin. She felt his hands on the buttons of her dress, could feel the fabric loosening as each slipped through its buttonhole. This was everything she'd always sworn she would never do. And yet, when her bodice tumbled to her waist, leaving her shamelessly exposed, she groaned his name and arched her back, offering herself to him like some sort of forbidden fruit. Benedict stopped breathing when he saw her. He'd pictured this moment in his mind so many times, every night as he lay in bed, and in every dream when he actually slept. But this reality was far sweeter than a dream, and far more erotic. His hand, which had been stroking the warm skin on her back, slowly slid over her ribcage. "You're so beautiful," he whispered, knowing that the words were hopelessly inadequate, as if mere words could describe what he felt. And then, when his trembling fingers finished their journey and cupped her breast, he let out a shuddering groan. Words were impossible now. His need for her was so intense, so primitive. It robbed him of his ability to speak. Hell, he could barely think. He wasn't certain how this woman had come to mean so much to him. It seemed that one day she was a stranger, and the next she was as indispensable as air. And yet it hadn't happened in a blinding flash. It had been a slow, sneaky process, quietly colouring his emotions, until he realised that without her, his life lacked all meaning. He touched her chin, lifting her face until he could peer into her eyes. They seemed to glow from within, glistening with unshed tears. Her lips were trembling too, and he knew that she was as affected by the moment as he. He leaned forward, slowly, slowly. He wanted to give her the chance to say no. It would kill him if she did. but it would be far worse to listen to her regrets in the proverbial morning. But she didn't say no, and when he was but a few inches away, her eyes closed and her head tilted slightly to the side, silently inviting him to kiss her. It was remarkable, but every time he kissed her, her lips seemed to grow sweeter, her scent more beguiling, and his need grew too. His blood was racing with desire, and it was taking his every last shred of restraint not to push her back onto the sofa and tear her clothes from her body. That would come later, he thought with a secret smile, but this, surely her first time, would be slow and tender, and everything a young girl dreamed. Well, maybe not. His smile turned into an outright grin. Half the things he was going to do to her, she wouldn't have even thought to dream about.
"What are you smiling about?"
she asked. He drew back a few inches, cupping her face with both hands. "How did you know I was smiling?"
"I could feel it on my lips."
He brought a finger to those lips, tracing the outline, then running the edge of his fingernail along the plump skin. "You make me smile," he whispered. "When you don't make me want to scream, you make me smile." Her lips trembled, and her breath was hot and moist against his finger. He took her hand and brought it to his mouth, rubbing one finger against his lips in much the same way he had done with hers. But as he watched her eyes widen, he dipped her finger into his mouth, softly sucking at the fingertip, tickling her skin with his teeth and tongue. She gasped, and the sound was sweet and erotic at the same time. There were 1,000 things that Benedict wanted to ask her. How did she feel? What did she feel? But he was so damned afraid that she'd change her mind if he gave her the opportunity to put any of her thoughts into words. And so, instead of questions, he gave her kisses, returning his lips to hers in a searing, barely controlled dance of desire. He murmured her name like a benediction as he lowered her onto the sofa, her bare back rubbing up against the upholstery. "I want you," he groaned. "You have no idea. No idea." Her only response was a soft mewling sound that came from deep in her throat. For some reason, that was like oil on the fire within him, and his fingers clutched at her even tighter, pressing into her skin as his lips travelled down the swan-like column of her throat. He moved lower, lower, burning a hot trail on her skin, pausing only briefly when he reached the gentle swell of her breast. She was completely beneath him now, her eyes glazed with desire, and it was so much better than any of his dreams. And oh, how he'd dreamed of her. With a low, possessive growl, Benedict took her nipple into his mouth. She let out a soft squeal, and he was unable to suppress his own low rumble of satisfaction. "Shh," he crooned. "Just let me." But he pressed one of his fingers against her lips, probably a little too roughly, but it was getting harder and harder to control his movements. "Don't think," he murmured. "Just lie back and let me pleasure you." She looked dubious, but when he moved his mouth to her other breast and renewed his sensual onslaught, her eyes grew dazed, her lips parted, and her head lolled back against the cushions. "Do you like this?" he whispered, tracing the peak of her breast with his tongue. Sophie couldn't quite manage to open her eyes, but she nodded. "Do you like this?" Now his tongue moved to the underside of her breast, and he nibbled the sensitive skin over her ribcage. Her breath shallow and fast, she nodded again. "What about this?" He pushed her dress further down, nibbling a trail along her skin, until he reached her navel. This time, Sophie couldn't even manage a nod. Dear God, she was practically naked before him, and all she could do was moan and sigh and beg for more. "I need you," she panted. His words were murmured into the soft skin of her abdomen. "I know." Sophie squirmed beneath him, unnerved by this primitive need to move. Something very strange was growing within her, something hot and tingling. It was as if she were growing, getting ready to burst through her skin. It was as if, after 22 years of life, she were finally coming alive. She wanted desperately to feel his skin, and she grabbed at the fine linen of his shirt, bunching it in her hands until it came loose of his breeches. She touched him, skimming her hands along his lower back, surprised and delighted when his muscles quivered beneath her fingers. "Oh, Sophie," he grunted, shuddering as her hands slipped under his shirt to caress his skin. His reaction emboldened her, and she stroked him more, moving up until she reached his shoulders, broad and firmly muscled. He groaned again, then cursed under his breath as he lifted himself off of her. "Damn thing is in the way," he muttered, tearing the shirt off and flinging it across the room. Sophie had just an instant to stare at his bare chest before he was atop her again, and this time they were skin against skin. It was the most glorious feeling she could ever imagine. He was so warm, and even though his muscles were hard and powerful, his skin was seductively soft. He even smelled good, a warm, masculine mixture of sandalwood and soap. Sophie touched her fingers to his hair as he moved to nuzzle her neck. It was thick and springy, and it tickled her chin as he tickled her neck. "Oh, Benedict," she sighed. "This is so perfect. I can't imagine anything better." He looked up, his dark eyes as wicked as his smile. "I can." She felt her lips part, and knew she must look terribly foolish, just lying there staring at him like an idiot. "Just you wait," he said. "Just you wait." "But, oh!" She let out a squeal as he flipped off her shoes. One of his hands wrapped around her ankle, then teased its way up her leg. "Did you imagine this?" he asked, tracing the crease at the back of her knee. She shook her head frantically, trying not to squirm. "Really?" he murmured. "Then I'm sure you didn't imagine this." He reached up and unsnapped her garters. "Oh, Benedict, you mustn't." "Oh, no, I must." He slid her stockings down her legs with agonizing slowness. "I really must." Sophie watched with open-mouthed delight as he tossed them over his head. Her stockings weren't of the highest quality, but they were nonetheless fairly light, and they floated through the air like dandelion tufts until they landed, one on a lamp and the other on the floor. Then, while she was still laughing and looking at the stocking hanging drunkenly from the lampshade, he sneaked up on her, sliding his hands back up her legs until they reached all the way to her thighs. "I dare say no one has ever touched you here," he said wickedly. Sophie shook her head. "And I dare say you never imagined it." She shook her head again. "If you didn't imagine this—" He squeezed her thighs, causing her to squeal and arch off the sofa. "Then I'm sure you won't have imagined this." He trailed his fingers ever upward as he spoke, the rounded curves of his nails lightly grazing her skin, until he reached the soft thatch of her womanhood. "Oh, no," she said, more out of reflex than anything else. "You can't." "Oh, but I can, I assure you." "But, oh!" It was suddenly as if her brain had flown right out the window, because it was near impossible to think of anything while his fingers were tickling her. Well, almost anything. She seemed able to think about how utterly naughty this was, and how very much she didn't want him to stop. "What are you doing to me?" she gasped, her every muscle tightening, as he moved his fingers in a particularly wicked manner. "Everything," he returned, capturing her lips with his. "Anything you want." "I want... oh!" "Like that, do you?" His words were murmured against her cheek. "I don't know what I want," she breathed. "I do." He moved to her ear, nibbling softly on her lobe. "I know exactly what you want. Trust me." And it was as easy as that. She gave herself over to him completely. Not that she hadn't been nearly to that point already. But when he said, "Trust me," and she realized that she did, something changed slightly inside. She was ready for this. It was still wrong, but she was ready, and she wanted it, and for once in her life she was going to do something wild and crazy and completely out of character, just because she wanted to. As if he'd read her thoughts, he pulled away a few inches and cupped one cheek with his large hand. "If you want me to stop," he said, his voice achingly hoarse, "you need to tell me now. Not in 10 minutes, not even in 1. It has to be now." Touched that he would even take the time to ask, she reached up and cupped his cheek in the same way he held hers. But when she opened her mouth to speak, the only word she could manage was, "Please." His eyes flared with need, and then, as if something snapped within him, he changed in an instant. Gone was the gentle, languorous lover. In his place was a man gripped by desire. His hands were everywhere, on her legs, around her waist, touching her face, and before Sophie knew it, her dress was gone, on the floor next to one of her stockings. She was completely nude, and it felt very odd, but somehow also very right as long as he was touching her. The sofa was narrow, but that didn't seem to matter as Benedict yanked off his boots and breeches. He perched alongside her as his boots went flying, unable to stop touching her, even as he divested himself of his clothing. It took longer to get naked, but on the other hand, he had the oddest notion that he might perish on the spot if he moved from her side. He'd thought he'd wanted a woman before. He'd thought he'd needed one. But this went beyond both. This was spiritual. This was in his soul. His clothes finally gone, he lay back on top of her, pausing for one shuddering moment to savour the feel of her beneath him, skin to skin, head to toe. He was hard as a rock, harder than he could ever remember, but he fought against his impulses and tried to move slowly. This was her first time. It had to be perfect. Or if not perfect, then damn good. He snaked a hand between them and touched her. She was ready, more than ready for him. He slipped one finger inside of her, grinning with satisfaction as her entire body jerked and tensed around him. "That's very—" Her voice was raspy, her breathing laboured. "Very—" "Strange," he finished for her. She nodded. He smiled, slowly, like a cat. "You'll get used to it," he promised. "I plan to get you very used to it." Sophie's head lolled back. This was madness, fever. Something was building inside of her, deep in her gut, coiling, pulsing, making her rigid. It was something that needed release, something that grabbed at her. And yet, even with all this pressure, it felt so spectacularly wonderful, as if she'd been born for this very moment. "Oh, Benedict," she sighed. "Oh, my love." He froze, just for a fraction of a second, but it was long enough for her to know that he'd heard her. But he didn't say a word, just kissed her neck and squeezed her leg as he positioned himself between her thighs and nudged at her entrance. Her lips parted with shock. "Don't worry," he said in an amused voice, reading her mind as always. "It will work." "But—" "Trust me," he said, the words murmured against her lips. Slowly, she felt him entering her. She was being stretched, invaded, and yet she wouldn't say it felt bad exactly. It was... He touched her cheek. "You look serious." "I'm trying to decide how this feels," she admitted. If you have the presence of mind to do that, then I'm certainly not doing a good enough job. Startled, she looked up. He was smiling at her, that crooked grin that never failed to reduce her to mush. "Stop thinking so hard," he whispered. "But it's difficult not to." And then her eyes rolled back as she arched beneath him. Benedict buried his head in her neck, so she wouldn't see his amused expression. It seemed the best way for him to keep her from overanalyzing a moment that should have been pure sensation and emotion was for him to keep moving. And he did, inexorably forward, sliding in and out until he reached the fragile barrier of her maidenhead. He winced. He'd never been with a virgin before. He'd heard it hurt, that there was nothing a man could do to eliminate the pain for the woman. But surely if he was gentle, it would go easier for her. He looked down. Her face was flushed, and her breath was rapid. Her eyes were glazed, dazed, clearly rapt with passion. It fueled his own fire. God, he wanted her so badly his bones ached. "This might hurt," he lied. It would hurt, but he was stuck between wanting to give her the truth so that she would be prepared and giving her the softer version so that she would not be nervous. "I don't care," she gasped. "Please, I need you." Benedict leaned down for one final, searing kiss as his hips surged forward. He felt her stiffen slightly around him as he broke through her maidenhead. And he actually bit his hand to keep himself from coming at that very second. It was like he was a green lad of 16, not an experienced man of 30. She did this to him. Only her. It was a humbling thought. Gritting his teeth against his baser urges, Benedict began to move within her, slowly stroking, when what he really wanted to do was let go completely. "Sophie, Sophie," he grunted, repeating her name, trying to remind himself that this time was about her. He was here to please her needs, not his own. It would be perfect. It had to be perfect. He needed her to love this. He needed her to love him. She was quickening beneath him, and every wiggle, every squirm whipped up his own frenzy of desire. He was trying to be extra gentle for her, but she was making it so damn hard to hold back. Her hands were everywhere, on his hips, on his back, squeezing his shoulders. "Sophie," he moaned again. He couldn't hold off much longer. He wasn't strong enough. He wasn't noble enough. He wasn't... "Oh!" She convulsed beneath him, her body arching off the sofa as she screamed. Her fingers bit into his back, nails raking his skin, but he didn't care. All he knew was that she'd found her release, and it was good. And for the love of God, he could finally... "Oh!" He exploded. There was simply no other word for it. He couldn't stop moving, couldn't stop shaking, and then, in an instant, he collapsed, dimly aware that he was probably crushing her, but unable to move a single muscle. He should say something, tell her something about how wonderful it had been. But his tongue felt thick, and his lips felt heavy, and on top of all that, he could barely open his eyes. Pretty words would have to wait. He was only a man, and he had to catch his breath. "Benedict," she whispered. He flopped his hand slightly against her. It was the only thing he could manage to indicate that he'd heard. "Is it always like this?" He shook his head, hoping that she'd feel the motion and know what it meant. She sighed and seemed to sink deeper into the cushions. "I didn't think so." Benedict kissed the side of her head, which was all that he could reach. No, it wasn't always like this. He'd dreamed of her so many times, but this was more than dreams. Sophie wouldn't have thought it possible, but she must have dozed off. even with the thrilling weight of Benedict pressing her down against the sofa, making it slightly difficult to breathe. He must have fallen asleep too, and she woke when he woke, aroused by the sudden rush of cool air when he lifted himself off of her body. He placed a blanket on top of her before she even had a chance to be embarrassed by her nakedness. She smiled, even as she blushed, for there was little that could be done to ease her embarrassment. Not that she regretted her actions, but a woman didn't lose her virginity on a sofa and not feel a little bit embarrassed. It simply wasn't possible. Still, the blanket had been a thoughtful gesture. Not a surprising one, though. Benedict was a thoughtful man. He obviously didn't share her modesty, though, because he made no attempt to cover himself as he crossed the room and gathered his carelessly flung garments. Sophie stared shamelessly as he pulled on his breeches. He stood straight and proud, and the smile he gave her when he caught her watching was warm and direct. God, how she loved this man. "How do you feel?" he asked. "Fine," she answered. "Good." She smiled shyly. "Splendid." He picked up his shirt and stuck one arm into it. "I'll send someone over to collect your belongings." Sophie blinked. "What do you mean?" "Don't worry. I'll make sure he's discreet. I know it might be embarrassing for you now that you know my family." Sophie clutched the blanket to her, wishing that her dress wasn't out of reach, because she suddenly felt ashamed. She'd done the one thing she'd always sworn she would never do, and now Benedict assumed she would be his mistress. And why shouldn't he? It was a fairly natural assumption. "Please, don't send anyone over," she said, her voice small. He glanced at her in surprise. "You'd rather go yourself?" "I'd rather my things stayed where they were," she said softly. It was so much easier saying that than telling him directly that she would not become his mistress. Once she could forgive. Once she could even cherish. But a lifetime with a man who was not her husband, that she knew she could not do. Sophie looked down at her belly, praying that there would be no child to be brought into the world illegitimately. "What are you telling me?" he said, his eyes intent upon her face. Damn, he wasn't going to allow her to take the easy way out. "I'm saying," she said, gulping against the boulder-sized lump that had suddenly developed in her throat, "that I cannot be your mistress." "What do you call this?" he asked in a tight voice, waving his arm at her. "I call it a lapse in judgment," she said, not meeting his eyes. "Oh, so I'm a lapse?" he said, his tone unnaturally pleasant. "How nice. I don't believe I've ever been someone's lapse before." "You know that's not the way I meant it." "Do I?" He grabbed one of his boots and perched on the arm of a chair so that he could yank it on. "Frankly, my dear, I have no idea what you mean any more." "I shouldn't have done this." He whipped his head around to face her, his hot, flashing eyes at odds with his bland smile. "Now I'm a shouldn't. Excellent. Even better than a lapse. Shouldn't sounds much naughtier, don't you think? A lapse is merely a mistake." "There is no need to be so ugly about this." He cocked his head to the side, as if he were truly considering her words. "Is that what I'm being? I rather thought I was acting in a most friendly and understanding manner. Look, no yelling, no histrionics." "I'd prefer yelling and histrionics to this." He scooped up her dress and threw it at her, none too gently. "Well, we don't always get what we prefer, do we, Miss Beckett? I can certainly attest to that." She grabbed her dress and stuffed it under the covers with her, hoping that she'd eventually find a way to don it without moving the blanket. "It'll be a neat trick if you figure out how to do it," he said, giving her a condescending glance. She glared at him. "I'm not asking you to apologize." "Well, that's a relief. I doubt I could find the words." "Please, don't be so sarcastic." His smile was mocking in the extreme. "You're hardly in a position to ask me anything."
"Benedict."
He loomed over her, leering rudely. "Except, of course, to rejoin you, which I'd gladly do." She said nothing. "Do you understand," he said, his eyes softening slightly, "what it feels like to be pushed away? How many times do you expect you can reject me before I stop trying?"
"It's not that I want to."
"Oh, stop with that old excuse. It's grown tired. If you wanted to be with me, you would be with me. When you say no, it's because you want to say no."
"You don't understand,"
she said in a low voice.
"You've always been in a position where you could do what you wanted. Some of us don't have that luxury."
"Silly me. I thought I was offering you that very luxury."
"The luxury to be your mistress,"
she said bitterly. He crossed his arms, his lips twisting as he said, "You won't have to do anything you haven't already done."
"I got carried away,"
Sophie said slowly, trying to ignore his insult. It was no more than she deserved. She had slept with him. Why shouldn't he think she would be his mistress?
"I made a mistake,"
she continued.
"but that doesn't mean I should do it again."
"I can offer you a better life," he said in a low voice. She shook her head.
"I won't be your mistress. I won't be any man's mistress."
Benedict's lips parted with shock as he digested her words. "Sophie," he said incredulously, "you know I cannot marry you."
"Of course I know that," she snapped. "I'm a servant, not an idiot."
Benedict tried for a moment to put himself in her shoes. He knew she wanted respectability, but she had to know that he could not give it to her. "It would be hard for you as well," he said softly. "Even if I were to marry you, you would not be accepted. The ton can be cruel." Sophie let out a loud, hollow laugh.
"I know,"
she said, her smile utterly humorless.
"Believe me, I know."
"Then why—"
"Grant me a favour,"
she interrupted, turning her face so that she was no longer looking at him.
"Find someone to marry. Find someone acceptable, who will make you happy, and then leave me alone."
Her words struck a chord, and Benedict was suddenly reminded of the lady from the masquerade. She had been of his world, his class. She would have been acceptable, and he realized, as he stood there, staring down at Sophie, who was huddled on the sofa, trying not to look at him, that she was the one he'd always pictured in his mind, whenever he thought to the future, whenever he imagined himself with a wife and children. He'd spent the last 2 years with one eye on every door, always waiting for his lady in silver to enter the room. He felt silly sometimes, even stupid, but he'd never been able to erase her from his thoughts, or purge the dream, the one in which he pledged his troth to her, and they lived happily ever after. It was a silly fantasy for a man of his reputation, sickly, sweet and sentimental, but he hadn't been able to help himself. That's what came from growing up in a large and loving family. One tended to want the same for oneself. But the woman from the masquerade had become barely more than a mirage. Hell, he didn't even know her name. And Sophie was here. He couldn't marry her, but that didn't mean they couldn't be together. It would mean compromise, mostly on her part, he admitted. But they could do it, and they'd certainly be happier than if they remained apart. "Sophie," he began, "I know the situation is not ideal."
"Don't,"
she interrupted, her voice low, barely audible. "If you'd only listen."
"Please, don't."
"But you're not—"
"Stop,"
she said, her voice rising perilously in volume. She was holding her shoulders so tightly they were practically at her ears, but Benedict forged on anyway. He loved her. He needed her. He had to make her see reason. "Sophie, I know you'll agree if—"
"I won't have an illegitimate child,"
she finally yelled, struggling to keep the blanket around her as she rose to her feet.
"I won't do it. I love you, but not that much. I don't love anyone that much."
His eyes fell to her midsection. "It may very well be too late for that, Sophie."
"I know," she said quietly, "and it's already eating me up inside."
"Regrets have a way of doing that." She looked away.
"I don't regret what we did. I wish I could. I know I should, but I can't."
Benedict just stared at her. He wanted to understand her, but he just couldn't grasp how she could be so adamant about not wanting to be his mistress and have his children, and at the same time not regret their lovemaking. How could she say she loved him? It made the pain that much more intense.
"If we don't have a child," she said quietly, "then I shall consider myself very lucky, and I won't tempt the fates again."
"No, you'll merely tempt me," he said, hearing the sneer in his voice and hating it. She ignored him, drawing the blanket closer around her as she stared sightlessly at a painting on the wall.
"I'll have a memory I will forever cherish, and that, I suppose, is why I can't regret what we did."
"It won't keep you warm at night."
"No,"
she agreed sadly,
"but it will keep my dreams full."
"You're a coward," he accused. "A coward for not chasing after those dreams." She turned around.
"No,"
she said, her voice remarkably even, considering the way he was glaring at her.
"What I am is a bastard. And before you say you don't care, let me assure you that I do, and so does everyone else. Not a day has gone by that I am not, in some way, reminded of the baseness of my birth."
"Sophie."
"If I have a child," she said, her voice starting to crack, "do you know how much I would love it? More than life, more than breath, more than anything. How could I hurt my own child the way I've been hurt? How could I subject her to the same kind of pain?"
"Would you reject your child?"
"Of course not."
"Then she wouldn't feel the same sort of pain," Benedict said with a shrug. "Because I wouldn't reject her either."
"You don't understand,"
she said, the words ending on a whimper. He pretended he hadn't heard her. "Am I correct in assuming that you were rejected by your parents?" Her smile was tight and ironic.
"Not precisely. Ignored would be a better description."
"Sophie," he said, rushing toward her and gathering her in his arms, "you don't have to repeat the mistakes of your parents."
"I know,"
she said sadly, not struggling in his embrace, but not returning it either.
"And that's why I cannot be your mistress. I won't relive my mother's life."
"You wouldn't."
"They say that a smart person learns from her mistakes," she interrupted, her voice forcefully ending his protest. "But a truly smart person learns from other people's mistakes."
She pulled away, then turned to face him.
"I'd like to think I'm a truly smart person. Please, don't take that away from me."
There was a desperate, almost palpable pain in her eyes. It hit him in the chest, and he staggered back a step.
"I'd like to get dressed,"
she said, turning away.
"I think you should leave."
He stared at her back for several seconds before saying, "I could make you change your mind. I could kiss you and you would—"
"You wouldn't,"
she said, not moving a muscle.
"It isn't in you."
"It is."
"You would kiss me, and then you would hate yourself, and it would only take a second."
He left without another word, letting the click of the door signal his departure. Inside the room, Sophie's quivering hands dropped the blanket, and she crumpled onto the sofa, forever staining its delicate fabric with her tears. Chapter 18. Pickings have been slim this past fortnight for marriage-minded misses and their mammas. The crop of bachelors is low to begin with this season, as two of 1816's most eligible, the Duke of Ashbourne and the Earl of Macclesfield, got themselves leg-shackled last year. To make matters worse, the two unmarried Bridgerton brothers, discounting Gregory, who was only 16, and hardly in a position to aid any poor young misses on the marriage mart, have made themselves very scarce. Colin, this author is told, is out of town,
possibly in Wales or Scotland, although no one seems to know why he would go to Wales or Scotland in the middle of the season. Benedict's story is more puzzling. He is apparently in London, but he eschews all polite social gatherings in favour of less genteel milieus. Although, if truth be told, this author should not give the impression that the aforementioned Mr. Bridgerton has been spending his every waking hour in debauched abandon. If accounts are correct, he has spent most of the past fortnight in his lodgings on Bruton Street. As there have been no rumours that he is ill, this author can only assume that he has finally come to the conclusion that the London season is utterly dull and not worth his time. Smart man indeed. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 9th of June, 1817. Sophie didn't see Benedict for a full fortnight. She didn't know whether to be pleased, surprised, or disappointed. She didn't know whether she was pleased, surprised, or disappointed. She didn't know anything these days. Half the time she felt like she didn't even know herself. She was certain that she had made the right decision in yet again refusing Benedict's offer. She knew it in her head, and even though she ached for the man she loved, she knew it in her heart. She had suffered too much pain from her bastardy ever to risk imposing the same on a child, especially one of her own. No, that was not true. She had risked it once, and she couldn't quite make herself regret it. The memory was too precious. But that didn't mean she should do it again. But if she was so certain that she'd done the right thing, why did it hurt so much? It was as if her heart were perpetually breaking. Every day it tore some more. And every day Sophie told herself that it could not get worse, that surely her heart was finished breaking, that it was finally well and fully broken. And yet every night she cried herself to sleep, aching for Benedict. And every day she felt even worse. Her tension was intensified by the fact that she was terrified to step outside the house. Posy would surely be looking for her, and Sophie thought it best if Posy didn't find her. Not that she thought Posy was likely to reveal her presence here in London to Araminta. Sophie knew Posy well enough to trust that Posy would never deliberately break a promise. And Posy's nod, when Sophie had been frantically shaking her head, could definitely be considered a promise. But as true of heart as Posy was when it came to keeping promises, the same could not, unfortunately, be said of her lips. And Sophie could easily imagine a scenario, many scenarios as a matter of fact, in which Posy would accidentally blurt out that she'd seen Sophie, which meant that Sophie's one big advantage was that Posy didn't know where Sophie was staying. For all she knew, Sophie had just been out for a stroll. Or maybe Sophie had come to spy on Araminta. In all truth, that seemed an awful lot more plausible than the truth, which was that Sophie just happened to have been blackmailed into taking a job as a lady's maid just down the street. And so Sophie's emotions kept darting back and forth from melancholy to nervous, broken-hearted to downright fearful. She'd managed to keep most of this to herself, but she knew she had grown distracted and quiet, and she also knew that Lady Bridgerton and her daughters had noticed it. They looked at her with concerned expressions, spoke with an extra gentleness, and they kept wondering why she did not come to tea. "Sophie, there you are!" Sophie had been hurrying to her room, where a small pile of mending awaited, but Lady Bridgerton had caught her in the hall. She stopped and tried to manage a smile of greeting as she bobbed a curtsy. "Good afternoon, Lady Bridgerton." "Good afternoon, Sophie. I have been looking all over for you." Sophie stared at her blankly. She seemed to do a lot of that lately. It was difficult to focus on anything. "You have?" she asked. "Yes. I was wondering why you haven't been to tea all week. You know that you are always invited when we are taking it informally." Sophie felt her cheeks grow warm. She'd been avoiding tea because it was just so hard to be in the same room with all those Bridgertons at once and not to think of Benedict. They all looked so alike,
and whenever they were together, they were such a family. It forced Sophie to remember everything that she didn't have, reminded her of what she'd never have, a family of her own, someone to love, someone who'd love her, all within the bounds of respectability and marriage. She supposed there were women who could throw over respectability for passion and love. A very large part of her wished she were one of those women, but she was not. Love could not conquer all, at least not for her.
"I've been very busy,"
she finally said to Lady Bridgerton. Lady Bridgerton just smiled at her, a small, vaguely inquisitive smile, imposing a silence that forced Sophie to say more.
"With the mending,"
she added.
"How terrible for you. I wasn't aware that we'd poked holes in quite so many stockings."
"Oh, you haven't," Sophie replied, biting her tongue the minute she said it. There went her excuse.
"I have some mending of my own,"
she improvised, gulping as she realized how bad that sounded. Lady Bridgerton well knew that Sophie had no clothes other than the ones she had given her, which were all, needless to say, in perfect condition. And besides, it was very bad form for Sophie to be doing her own mending during the day when she was meant to be waiting on the girls. Lady Bridgerton was an understanding employer. She probably wouldn't have minded, but it went against Sophie's own code of ethics. She'd been given a job, a good one, even if it did involve getting her heart broken on a day-to-day basis, and she took pride in her work. "I see," Lady Bridgerton said, that enigmatic smile still in place on her face. "You may, of course, bring your own mending to tea."
"Oh, but I could not dream of it. But I am telling you that you can."
And Sophie could tell by the tone of her voice that what she was really saying was that she must.
"Of course,"
Sophie murmured, and followed her into the upstairs sitting room. The girls were all there, in their usual places, bickering and smiling and tossing jokes, although thankfully no scones. The eldest Bridgerton daughter, Devney, now the Duchess of Hastings, was there as well, with her youngest daughter, Caroline, in her arms.
"Sophie!"
Hyacinth said with a beam.
"I thought you must have been ill." "But you just saw me this morning,"
Sophie reminded her.
"When I dressed your hair." "Yes, but you didn't seem quite yourself."
Sophie had no suitable reply, since she really hadn't been quite herself. She couldn't very well contradict the truth. So she just sat in a chair and nodded when Francesca inquired if she wanted some tea.
"Penelope Featherington said she would drop by today,"
Eloise said to her mother, just as Sophie was taking her first sip. Sophie had never met Penelope, but she was frequently written about in Whistledown, and she knew that she and Eloise were fast friends.
"Has anyone noticed that Benedict hasn't visited in some time?"
Hyacinth asked. Sophie jabbed her finger, but thankfully managed to keep from yelping with pain.
"He hasn't been by to see Simon and me either,"
Devney said.
"Well, he told me he would help me with my arithmetic,"
Hyacinth grumbled.
"and he has most certainly reneged on his word."
"I'm sure it has merely slipped his mind," Lady Bridgerton said diplomatically. "Perhaps if you sent him a note—"
"Or simply banged on his door,"
Francesca said, giving her eyes a slight roll.
"It's not as if he lives very far away." "I am an unmarried female,"
Hyacinth said with a huff.
"I cannot visit bachelor lodgings."
Sophie coughed.
"You're 14,
Francesca said disdainfully.
"Nevertheless—"
"You should ask Simon for help anyway," Devney said. "He's much better with numbers than Benedict."
"You know, she's right,"
Hyacinth said, looking at her mother after shooting one last glare at Francesca.
"Pity for Benedict. He's completely without use to me now."
They all giggled, because they knew she was joking. Except for Sophie, who didn't think she knew how to giggle anymore.
"But in all seriousness,"
Hyacinth continued,
"what is he good at? Simon's better at numbers, and Anthony knows more of history. Colin's funnier, of course, and art—"
Sophie interrupted in a sharp voice, a little irritated that Benedict's own family didn't see his individuality and strengths. Hyacinth looked at her in surprise.
I beg your pardon? He's good at art, Sophie repeated. Quite a bit better than any of you, I imagine.
That got everyone's attention, because while Sophie had let them see her naturally dry wit, she was generally soft-spoken, and she certainly had never said a sharp word to any of them.
I didn't even know he drew,
Devney said with quiet interest.
Or does he paint?
Sophie glanced at her. Of the Bridgerton women, she knew Devney the least, but it would have been impossible to miss the look of sharp intelligence in her eyes. Devney was curious about her brother's hidden talent. She wanted to know why she didn't know about it, and most of all, she wanted to know why Sophie did. In less than a second, Sophie was able to see all of that in the young Duchess's eyes, and in less than a second, she decided that she'd made a mistake. If Benedict hadn't told his family about his art, then it wasn't her place to do so.
He draws,
she finally said, in a voice that she hoped was curt enough to prevent further questions. It was. No one said a word, although 5 pairs of eyes remained focused quite intently on her face.
He sketches,
Sophie muttered. She looked from face to face. Eloise's eyes were blinking rapidly. Lady Bridgerton wasn't blinking at all.
He's quite good,
Sophie muttered, mentally kicking herself even as she said it. There was something about silence among the Bridgertons that compelled her to fill the void. Finally, after the longest moment of silence ever to fill the space of a second, Lady Bridgerton cleared her throat and said,
I should like to see one of his sketches.
She dabbed a napkin to her lips, even though she hadn't taken a sip of her tea.
Provided, of course, that he cares to share it with me.
Sophie stood up.
I think I should go.
Lady Bridgerton speared her with her eyes.
Please,
she said in a voice that was velvet over steel.
Stay.
Sophie sat back down. Eloise jumped to her feet.
I think I hear Penelope. You do not, Hyacinth said. Why would I lie? I certainly don't know, but...
The butler appeared in the doorway.
Miss Penelope Featherington,
he intoned.
See?
Eloise shot at Hyacinth.
Is this a bad time?
Penelope asked.
No,
Devney replied with a small, vaguely amused smile.
Just an odd one. Oh, well, I could come back later, I suppose.
Of course not, Lady Bridgerton said.
Please sit down and have some tea.
Sophie watched as the young woman took a seat on the sofa next to Francesca. Penelope was no sophisticated beauty, but she was rather fetching in her own uncomplicated way. Her hair was a brownish red, and her cheeks were lightly dusted with freckles. Her complexion was a touch sallow, although Sophie had a suspicion that that had more to do with her unattractive yellow frock than anything else. Come to think of it, she rather thought that she'd read something in Lady Whistledown's column about Penelope's awful clothes. Pity the poor girl couldn't talk her mother into letting her wear blue. But as Sophie surreptitiously studied Penelope, she became aware that Penelope was not so surreptitiously studying her.
Have we met?
Penelope suddenly asked. Sophie was suddenly gripped by an awful premonition-like feeling. Or maybe it was déjà vu.
I don't think so,
she said quickly. Penelope's gaze didn't waver from her face.
Are you certain? I don't see how we could have done.
Penelope let out a little breath and shook her head, as if clearing cobwebs from her mind.
I'm sure you're correct, but there is something terribly familiar about you. Sophie is our new lady's maid,
Hyacinth said, as if that would explain anything.
She usually joins us for tea when we're only family.
Sophie watched Penelope as she murmured something in response, and then suddenly it hit her. She had seen Penelope before. It had been at the masquerade, probably no more than 10 seconds before she'd met Benedict. She'd just made her entrance, and the young men who had quickly surrounded her had still been making their way to her side. Penelope had been standing right there, dressed in some rather strange green costume with a funny hat. For some reason, she hadn't been wearing a mask. Sophie had stared at her for a moment, trying to figure out what her costume was meant to be, when a young gentleman had bumped into Penelope, nearly knocking her to the floor. Sophie had reached out and helped her up, and had just managed to say something like, "There you are," when several more gentlemen had rushed in, separating the two women. Then Benedict had arrived, and Sophie had had eyes for no one but him. Penelope, and the abominable way she had been treated by the young gentleman at the masquerade, had been forgotten until this very moment, and clearly the event had remained buried at the back of Penelope's mind as well.
"I'm sure I must be mistaken,"
Penelope said, as she accepted a cup of tea from Francesca.
"It's not your looks precisely, but rather the way you hold yourself, if that makes any sense."
Sophie decided that a smooth intervention was necessary, and so she pasted on her best conversational smile and said,
"I shall take that as a compliment, since I am sure that the ladies of your acquaintance are gracious and kind indeed."
The minute she shut her mouth, however, she realized that that had been overkill. Francesca was looking at her as if she'd sprouted horns, and the corners of Lady Bridgerton's mouth were twitching as she said,
"Why, Sophie, I vow that is the longest sentence you have uttered in a fortnight."
Sophie lifted her teacup to her face and mumbled,
"I haven't been feeling well." "Oh!"
Hyacinth suddenly blurted out,
"I hope you are not feeling too sickly, because I was hoping you could help me this evening."
"Of course," Sophie said, eager for an excuse to turn away from Penelope, who was still studying her as if she were a human puzzle.
"What is it you need?" "I have promised to entertain my cousins this eve."
"Oh, that's right," Lady Bridgerton said, setting her saucer down on the table. "I'd nearly forgotten." Hyacinth nodded.
"Could you help? There are 4 of them, and I'm sure to be overrun."
"Of course," Sophie said.
"How old are they?"
Hyacinth shrugged. "Between the ages of 6 and 10, Lady Bridgerton said, with a disapproving expression. "You should know that, Hyacinth." Sophie said to Hyacinth,
"Fetch me when they arrive. I love children and would be happy to help." "Excellent,"
Hyacinth said, clasping her hands together.
"They are so young and active. They would have worn me out." "Hyacinth,"
Francesca said,
"you're hardly old and decrepit. When was the last time you spent 2 hours with 4 children under the age of 10?
"Stop," Sophie said, laughing for the first time in 2 weeks.
"I'll help. No one will be worn out. And you should come too, Francesca. We'll have a lovely time, I'm sure." "Are you—"
Penelope started to say something, then cut herself off.
"Never mind."
But when Sophie looked over at her, she was still staring at her face with a most perplexed expression. Penelope opened her mouth, closed it, then opened it again, saying,
I know you." "I'm sure she's right," Eloise said with a jaunty grin. "Penelope never forgets a face."
Sophie blanched. "Are you quite all right?" Lady Bridgerton asked, leaning forward. "You don't look well."
"I think something didn't agree with me,"
Sophie hastily lied, clutching her stomach for effect.
"Perhaps the milk was off." "Oh dear,"
Daphne said with a concerned frown as she looked down at her baby.
"I gave some to Caroline." "It tasted fine to me,"
Hyacinth said.
"It might have been something from this morning,"
Sophie said, not wanting Daphne to worry.
"But all the same, I think I had better lie down."
She stood and took a step toward the door.
"If that is agreeable to you, Lady Bridgerton."
"Of course," she replied. "I hope you feel better soon."
"I'm sure I will,"
Sophie said, quite truthfully. She'd feel better just as soon as she left Penelope Featherington's line of vision.
"I'll come get you when my cousins arrive,"
Hyacinth called out.
"If you're feeling better,"
Lady Bridgerton added. Sophie nodded and hurried out of the room, but as she left, she caught sight of Penelope Featherington watching her with a most intent expression, leaving Sophie filled with a horrible sense of dread. Benedict had been in a bad mood for 2 weeks, and, he thought, as he trudged down the pavement toward his mother's house, his bad mood was about to get worse. He'd been avoiding coming here because he didn't want to see Sophie. He didn't want to see his mother, who was sure to sense his bad mood and question him about it. He didn't want to see Eloise, who was sure to sense his mother's interest and try to interrogate him. He didn't want to see... hell, he didn't want to see anyone. And considering the way he'd been snapping off the heads of his servants, verbally to be sure, although occasionally quite literally in his dreams, the rest of the world would do well if they didn't care to see him either. But, as luck would have it, right as he placed his foot on the first step, he heard someone call out his name, and when he turned around, both of his adult brothers were walking toward him along the pavement. Benedict groaned. No one knew him better than Anthony and Colin, and they weren't likely to let a little thing like a broken heart go unnoticed or unmentioned.
"Haven't seen you in an age," Anthony said. "Where have you been?" "Here and there," Benedict said evasively. "Mostly at home." He turned to Colin. "Where have you been?" "Wales." "Wales? Why?" Colin shrugged. "I felt like it. Never been there before. Most people require a slightly more compelling reason to take off in the middle of the season," Benedict said. "Not I." Benedict stared at him. Anthony stared at him. "Oh, very well," Colin said with a scowl. "I needed to get away. Mother has started in on me with this bloody marriage thing." "Bloody marriage thing?" Anthony asked with an amused smile. "I assure you, the deflowering of one's wife is not quite so gory." Benedict kept his expression scrupulously impassive. He'd found a small spot of blood on his sofa after he'd made love to Sophie. He'd thrown a pillow over it, hoping that by the time any of the servants noticed, they'd have forgotten that he'd had a woman over. He liked to think that none of the staff had been listening at doors or gossiping, but Sophie herself had once told him that servants generally knew everything that went on in a household, and he tended to think that she was right. But if he had indeed blushed, and his cheeks did feel a touch warm, neither of his brothers saw it, because they didn't say anything. And if there was anything in life as certain as, say, the sun rising in the east, it was that a Bridgerton never passed up the opportunity to tease and torment another Bridgerton. "She's been talking about Penelope Featherington non-stop," Colin said with a scowl. "I tell you, I've known the girl since we were both in short pants. Since I was in short pants, at least. She was in—" He scowled some more, because both his brothers were laughing at him. "She was in whatever it is that young girls wear." "Frocks," Anthony supplied helpfully. "Petticoats," was Benedict's suggestion. "The point is," Colin said forcefully, "that I have known her forever, and I can assure you I am not likely to fall in love with her." Anthony turned to Benedict and said, "They'll be married within a year. Mark my words." Colin crossed his arms. "Anthony!" "Maybe 2, Benedict said. "He's young yet." "Unlike you," Colin retorted. "Why am I besieged by Mother, I wonder? Good God, you're 31. 30, Benedict snapped. "Regardless, one would think you'd be getting the brunt of it." Benedict frowned. His mother had been uncharacteristically reserved these past few weeks when it came to her opinions on Benedict and marriage, and why the two ought to meet, and soon. Of course, Benedict had been avoiding his mother's house like the plague, but even before that, she'd not mentioned a word. It was most odd. "At any rate," Colin was still grumbling, "I am not going to marry soon, and I am certainly not going to marry Penelope Featherington." "Oh." It was a feminine "oh," and without looking up, Benedict somehow knew that he was about to experience one of life's most awkward moments. Heart filled with dread, he lifted his head and turned toward the front door. There, framed perfectly in the open doorway, was Penelope Featherington, her lips parted with shock, her eyes filled with heartbreak. And in that moment, Benedict realized what he'd probably been too stupid and stupidly male to notice.
Penelope Featherington was in love with his brother. Colin cleared his throat. "Penelope!" he squeaked, his voice sounding as if he'd regressed 10 years and gone straight back to puberty. Good to see you." He looked to his brothers to leap in and save him, but neither chose to intervene. Benedict winced. It was one of those moments that simply could not be saved. "I didn't know you were there," Colin said lamely.
"Obviously not,"
Penelope said, but her words lacked an edge. Colin swallowed painfully. "Were you visiting Eloise?" She nodded.
"I was invited."
"I'm sure you were," he said quickly. "Of course you were. You're a great friend of the family." Silence. Horrible, awkward silence. "As if you would come uninvited," Colin mumbled. Penelope said nothing. She tried to smile, but she obviously couldn't quite manage it. Finally, just when Benedict thought she would brush by them all and flee down the street, she looked straight at Colin and said,
"I never asked you to marry me."
Colin's cheeks turned a deeper red than Benedict would have thought humanly possible. Colin opened his mouth, but no sound came out. It was the first, and quite possibly would be the only, moment of Benedict's recollection for which his younger brother was at a complete loss for words.
"And I never,"
Penelope added, swallowing convulsively when the words came out a bit tortured and broken,
"I never said to anyone that I wanted you to ask me."
"Penelope," Colin finally managed. "I'm so sorry."
"You have nothing to apologise for,"
she said. "No," Colin insisted. "I do. I hurt your feelings and—"
"You didn't know I was there."
"But nevertheless—"
"You are not going to marry me,"
she said hollowly.
"There is nothing wrong with that. I am not going to marry your brother Benedict."
Benedict had been trying not to look, but he snapped to attention at that.
"It doesn't hurt his feeling when I announce that I am not going to marry him."
She turned to Benedict, her brown eyes focusing on his.
"Does it, Mr. Bridgerton?"
"Of course not," Benedict answered quickly.
"It's settled then,"
she said tightly.
"No feelings were hurt. Now then, if you will excuse me, gentlemen, I should like to go home."
Benedict, Anthony and Colin parted as if drops in the Red Sea as she made her way down the steps. "Don't you have a maid?" Colin asked. She shook her head.
"I live just around the corner."
"I know, but—" "I'll escort you," Anthony said smoothly.
"That's really not necessary, my lord."
"Humour me," he said. She nodded, and the two of them took off down the street. Benedict and Colin watched their retreating forms in silence for a full 30 seconds before Benedict turned to his brother and said, "That was very well done of you." "I didn't know she was there." "Obviously," Benedict drawled. "Don't. I feel terrible enough already." "As well you should." "Oh, and you have never inadvertently hurt a woman's feelings before?" Colin's voice was defensive. Just defensive enough so that Benedict knew he felt like an utter heel inside. Benedict was saved from having to reply by the arrival of his mother, standing at the top of the steps, framed in the doorway much the same way Penelope had been just a few minutes earlier.
"Has your brother arrived yet?"
Violet asked. Benedict jerked his head toward the corner. "He is escorting Miss Featherington home."
"Oh, well, that's very thoughtful of him. Where are you going, Colin?"
Colin paused briefly, but didn't even turn his head as he grunted, "I need a drink."
"It's a bit early for—"
She stopped mid-sentence when Benedict laid his hand on her arm. "Let him go," he said. She opened her mouth as if to protest, then changed her mind and merely nodded.
"I'd hoped to gather the family for an announcement," she said with a sigh. "But I suppose that can wait. In the meantime, why don't you join me for tea?"
Benedict glanced at the clock in the hall. "Isn't it a bit late for tea?"
"Skip the tea, then," she said with a shrug. "I was merely looking for an excuse to speak with you."
Benedict managed a weak smile. He wasn't in the mood to converse with his mother. To be frank, he wasn't in the mood to converse with any person, a fact to which anyone with whom he'd recently crossed paths would surely attest. "It's nothing serious," Violet said. "Heavens, you look as if you're ready to go to the gallows." It probably would have been rude to point out that that was exactly how he felt. So instead, he just leaned down and kissed her on the cheek. "Well, that's a nice surprise," she said, beaming up at him. "Now come with me," she added, motioning toward the downstairs sitting room. "I have someone I want to tell you about." "Mother!" "Just hear me out. She's a lovely girl." The gallows indeed. Chapter 19. Miss Posy Riling, younger stepdaughter to the late Earl of Penwood, isn't a frequent subject of this column, nor, this author is sad to say, a frequent subject of attention at social functions, but one could not help but notice that she was acting very strangely at her mother's musicale on Tuesday eve. She insisted upon sitting by the window, and she spent most of the performance staring at the streetscape, as if looking for something, or perhaps someone. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 11th of June, 1817. 45 minutes later, Benedict was slouching in his chair, his eyes glazed. Every now and then he had to stop and make sure his mouth wasn't hanging open. His mother's conversation was that boring. The young lady she had wanted to discuss with him had actually turned out to be 7 young ladies, each of which she assured him was better than the last. Benedict thought he might go mad. Right there in his mother's sitting room, he was going to go stark, raving mad. He'd suddenly pop out of his chair, fall to the floor in a frenzy, his arms and legs waving, mouth frothing. "Benedict, are you even listening to me?" He looked up and blinked. Damn. Now he would have to focus on his mother's list of possible brides. The prospect of losing his sanity had been infinitely more appealing. "I was trying to tell you about Mary Edgware," Violet said, looking more amused than frustrated. Benedict was instantly suspicious. When it came to her children dragging their feet to the altar, his mother was never amused. "Mary who?" Oh, never mind. I can see that I cannot compete with whatever is plaguing you just now." "Mother," Benedict said abruptly. She cocked her head slightly to the side, her eyes intrigued and perhaps a bit surprised. "Yes?" "When you met father—" "It happened in an instant," she said softly, somehow knowing what he'd meant to ask. "So you knew that he was the one?" She smiled, and her eyes took on a far-away, misty look. "Oh, I wouldn't have admitted it," she said, "at least not right away. I fancied myself a practical sort. I'd always scoffed at the notion of love at first sight." She paused for a moment, and Benedict knew she was no longer in the room with him, but at some long-ago ball, meeting his father for the first time. Finally, just when he thought she'd completely forgotten the conversation, she looked back up and said, "But I knew." "From the first moment you saw him?" "Well, from the first time we spoke, at least." She took his offered handkerchief and dabbed at her eyes, smiling sheepishly, as if embarrassed by her tears. Benedict felt a lump forming in his throat, and he looked away, not wanting her to see the moisture forming in his own eyes. Would anyone cry for him more than a decade after he died? It was a humbling thing to be in the presence of true love, and Benedict suddenly felt so damned jealous of his own parents. They'd found love, and had the good sense to recognize and cherish it. Few people were so fortunate. "There was something about his voice that was so soothing, so warm," Violet continued. "When he spoke, you felt like you were the only person in the room." "I remember," Benedict said, with a warm, nostalgic smile. "It was quite a feat.
To be able to do that with 8 children.
His mother swallowed convulsively, then said, her voice once again brisk, "Yes. Well, he never knew Hyacinth, so I suppose it was only 7.
Still,"
she nodded. Still. Benedict reached out and patted her on the hand. He didn't know why. He hadn't planned to, but somehow it seemed the right thing to do. "Yes, well," she said, giving his hand a little squeeze before returning hers to her lap. "Was there any particular reason you asked about your father?"
"No," he lied. "At least not... well..."
She waited patiently, with that mildly expectant expression that made it impossible to keep one's feelings to oneself.
"What happens?" he asked, as surprised by the words tumbling forth as she undoubtedly was, "when one falls in love with someone unsuitable?"
"Someone unsuitable?" she repeated.
Benedict nodded painfully, immediately regretting his words. He should never have said anything to his mother, and yet... He sighed. His mother had always been a remarkably good listener, and truly, for all her annoying matchmaking ways, she was more qualified to give advice on matters of the heart than anyone he knew. When she spoke, she appeared to be choosing her words carefully.
"What do you mean by unsuitable?"
"Someone..." He stopped, paused. Someone like me probably shouldn't marry."
"Someone, perhaps, who is not of our social class?"
He glanced at a painting on the wall. "Someone like that."
"I see. Well..."
Violet's brow scrunched a bit. Then she said,
"I suppose it would depend on how far out of our social class this person is."
"Far?"
"A little bit far, or quite a lot far?"
Benedict was convinced that no man of his age and reputation had ever had such a conversation with his mother, but he nonetheless answered, "Quite a lot."
"I see. Well, I would have to say..." She chewed on her lower lip for a moment before continuing. "I would have to say," she said, slightly more forcefully, although not, if one was judging in absolute terms, forceful at all. "I would have to say," she said for a 3rd time, "that I love you very much and will support you in all things." She cleared her throat. "If, indeed, we are talking about you." It seemed useless to deny it, so Benedict just nodded. "But," Violet added, "I would caution you to consider what you were doing. Love is, of course, the most important element in any union, but outside influences can put a strain on a marriage. And if you marry someone of, say," she cleared her throat, "the servant class, then you will find yourself the subject of a great deal of gossip and no small amount of ostracism. And that will be difficult for one such as you to bear."
"One such as me?" he asked, bristling at her choice of words.
"You must know I mean no insult, but you and your brothers do lead charmed lives. You're handsome, intelligent, personable. Everyone likes you. I cannot tell you how happy that makes me."
She smiled, but it was a wistful, slightly sad smile.
"It is not easy to be a wallflower."
And suddenly Benedict understood why his mother was always forcing him to dance with the girls like Penelope Featherington, the ones who stood at the fringes of the ballroom, the ones who always pretended they didn't actually want to dance. She had been a wallflower herself. It was difficult to imagine. His mother was hugely popular now, with an easy smile and piles of friends, and if Benedict had heard the story correctly, his father had been considered the catch of the season.
"Only you will be able to make this decision,"
Violet continued, bringing Benedict's thoughts back to the here and now.
"And I'm afraid it won't be an easy one."
He stared out the window, his silence his agreement.
"But," she added, "should you decide to join your life with someone not of our class, I will of course support you in every possible manner."
Benedict looked up sharply.
There were few women of the ton who would say the same to their sons. "You are my son," she said simply. "I would give my life for you." He opened his mouth to speak, but was surprised to find that he couldn't make a sound. "I certainly wouldn't banish you for marrying someone unsuitable." "Thank you," he said. It was all he could manage to say. Violet sighed, loudly enough to regain his full attention. She looked tired, wistful. "I wish your father were here," she said. "You don't say that very often," he said quietly. "I always wish your father were here." She closed her eyes for a brief moment. "Always." And then somehow it became clear. As he watched his mother's face, finally realizing, no, finally understanding the depth of his parents' love for one another, it all became clear. Love. He loved Sophie. That was all that should have mattered. He'd thought he'd loved the woman from the masquerade. He'd thought he'd wanted to marry her. But he understood now that that had been nothing but a dream, a fleeting fantasy of a woman he barely knew. But Sophie was Sophie. And that was everything he needed. Sophie wasn't a great believer in destiny or fate, but after 1 hour with Nicholas, Elizabeth, John and Alice Wentworth, young cousins to the Bridgerton clan, she was beginning to think that maybe there was a reason she had never managed to obtain a position as a governess. She was exhausted. No, she thought, with more than a touch of desperation. Exhaustion didn't really provide an adequate description for the current state of her existence. Exhaustion didn't quite capture the slight edge of insanity the foursome had brought to her mind.
No! That's my doll!"
Elizabeth said to Alice.
"It's mine!"
Alice returned.
"It is not!" "Is too!"
"I'll settle this,"
10-year-old Nicholas said, swaggering over with his hands on his hips. Sophie groaned. She had a feeling that it was not a terribly good idea to allow the dispute to be settled by a 10-year-old boy who happened to think he was a pirate.
"Neither of you will want the doll,"
he said, with a devious gleam in his eye.
"If I simply lop off its—"
Sophie leapt to intervene.
"You will not lop off its head, Nicholas Wentworth." "But then they'll stop."
"No," Sophie said forcefully. He looked at her, obviously assessing her commitment to that particular course of action, then grumbled and walked away.
"I think we need a new game,"
Hyacinth whispered to Sophie.
"I know we need a new game,"
Sophie muttered.
"Let go of my soldier!"
John screeched.
Let go! "I'm never having children,"
Hyacinth announced.
"In fact, I may never get married."
Sophie forbore to point out that when Hyacinth married and had children, she would certainly have a flotilla of nurses and nannies to aid her with their keeping and care. Hyacinth winced as John pulled Alice's hair, then swallowed uncomfortably as Alice slugged John in the stomach.
"The situation is growing desperate,"
she whispered to Sophie.
"Blind man's bluff,"
Sophie suddenly exclaimed.
"What do you think, everyone? How about a game of blind man's bluff?"
Alice and John nodded enthusiastically, and Elizabeth gave a reluctant,
"All right,"
after carefully considering the issue.
"What do you say, Nicholas?"
Sophie asked, addressing the last remaining holdout.
"It could be fun,"
he said slowly, terrifying Sophie with the devilish gleam in his eye.
"Excellent,"
she said, trying to keep the wariness out of her voice.
"But you must be the blind man,"
he added. Sophie opened her mouth to protest, but at that moment the other 3 children started jumping up and down and squealing with delight. Then her fate was sealed when Hyacinth turned to her with a sly smile and said,
"Oh, you must."
Sophie knew that protest was useless, so she let out a long, suffering sigh, exaggerated just to delight the children, and turned around so that Hyacinth could fasten a scarf over her eyes.
"Can you see?"
Nicholas demanded.
"No,"
Sophie lied. He turned to Hyacinth with a grimace.
She can see.
How could he tell?
Add a second scarf, he said. This one is too sheer. The indignity,
Sophie muttered, but nonetheless she leaned down slightly so that Hyacinth could tie another scarf over her eyes.
She's blind now,
John hooted. Sophie gave them all a sickly sweet smile.
All right now,
Nicholas said, clearly in charge.
You wait 10 seconds so that we can take our places.
Sophie nodded, then tried not to wince as she heard the sounds of a mad scramble around the room.
Try not to break anything,
she yelled, as if that would make any difference to an overexcited 6-year-old.
Are you ready?
She asked. No response. That meant yes.
Blind man,
she called out.
Bluff,
came 5 voices in unison. Sophie frowned in concentration. One of the girls was definitely behind the sofa. She took a few baby steps to the right.
Blind man, bluff,
followed, of course, by a few titters and chuckles.
Blind... Ow!
More hoots and squeals of laughter. Sophie grunted as she rubbed her bruised chin.
Blind man,
she called, with considerably less enthusiasm.
Bluff! 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 You are all mine, Alice,
she muttered under her breath, deciding to go for the smallest and presumably weakest of the bunch.
All mine.
Benedict had nearly made a clean escape. After his mother had left the sitting room, he'd downed a much-needed glass of brandy and headed out toward the door, only to be caught by Eloise, who informed him that he absolutely couldn't leave yet, that Mother was trying very hard to assemble all of her children in one place because Daphne had an important announcement to make. "With child again?" Benedict asked.
Act surprised. You weren't supposed to know.
"I'm not going to act anything. I'm leaving." She made a desperate leap forward and somehow managed to grab his sleeve.
You can't.
Benedict let out a long breath and tried to pry her fingers off of his arm, but she had his shirt in a death grip. "I am going to pick up 1 foot," he said in slow, tedious tones, "and step forward. Then I will pick up the next foot."
You promised Hyacinth you would help her with her arithmetic,
Eloise blurted out.
She hasn't seen hide nor hair of you in 2 weeks.
"It's not as if she has a school to flunk out of," Benedict muttered.
Benedict, that is a terrible thing to say,
Eloise exclaimed. "I know," he groaned, hoping to stave off a lecture.
Just because we of the female gender are not allowed to study at places like Eton and Cambridge doesn't mean our educations are any less precious,
Eloise ranted, completely ignoring her brother's weak, "I know."
Furthermore,
she carried on. Benedict sagged against the wall.
I am of the opinion that the reason we are not allowed access is that if we were, we would trounce you men in all subjects.
"I'm sure you're right," he sighed.
Don't patronize me.
"Believe me, Eloise, the last thing I would dream of doing is patronizing you." She eyed him suspiciously before crossing her arms and saying,
Well, don't disappoint Hyacinth.
"I won't," he said wearily.
I believe she's in the nursery.
Benedict gave her a distracted nod, turning toward the stairs. But as he trudged on up, he didn't see Eloise turn toward his mother, who was peeking out of the music room, and give her a big wink and a smile. The nursery was located on the 2nd floor. Benedict didn't often come up that high. Most of his siblings' bedrooms were on the 1st floor. Only Gregory and Hyacinth still lived adjacent to the nursery, and with Gregory off at Eton most of the year, and Hyacinth usually terrorizing someone in some other section of the house, Benedict simply didn't have much reason to visit. It didn't escape him that aside from the nursery, the 2nd floor was home to bedrooms for the higher servants, including the ladies' maids. Sophie. She was probably off in some corner somewhere with her mending. Certainly not in the nursery, which was the domain of nurses and nannies. A lady's maid would have no reason to... Benedict raised his brows. That was most definitely the sound of childish laughter, not something likely to come out of 14-year-old Hyacinth's mouth. Oh, right. His Wentworth cousins were visiting. His mother had mentioned something about that. Well, that would be a bonus. He hadn't seen them in a few months, and they were nice enough children, if a little high-spirited. As he approached the nursery door, the laughter increased, with a few squeals thrown in for good measure. The sounds brought a smile to Benedict's face, and he turned when he reached the open doorway, and then he saw her. Her! Not Sophie. Her. And yet it was Sophie. She was blindfolded, smiling as she groped her hands toward the giggling children. He could see only the bottom half of her face, and that's when he knew. There was only one other woman in the world for whom he'd seen only the bottom half of her face. The smile was the same. The gammy little point at the end of her chin was the same. It was all the same. She was the woman in silver, the woman from the masquerade ball. It suddenly made sense. Only twice in his life had he felt this inexplicable, almost mystical attraction to a woman. He'd thought it remarkable to have found two, when in his heart he'd always believed there was only one perfect woman out there for him. His heart had been right. There was only one. He'd searched for her for months. He'd pined for her even longer. And here she'd been right under his nose. And she hadn't told him. Did she understand what she'd put him through? How many hours he'd lain awake, feeling that he was betraying the lady in silver, the woman he'd dreamed of marrying, all because he was falling in love with a housemaid? Dear God, it bordered on the absurd. He'd finally decided to let the lady in silver go. He was going to ask Sophie to marry him. Social consequences be damned. And they were one and the same. A strange roaring filled his head, as if two enormous seashells had been clapped to his ears, whistling, whirring, humming, and the air suddenly smelled a bit acrid, and everything looked a little bit red, and Benedict could not take his eyes off of her. "Is something wrong?" Sophie asked. All the children had gone silent, staring at Benedict with open mouths and large, large eyes. "Hyacinth," he bit off, "will you please evacuate the room?"
"But—"
"Now!" he roared.
"Nicholas, Elizabeth, John, Alice, come along now," Hyacinth said quickly, her voice cracking. "There are biscuits in the kitchen, and I know that—"
But Benedict didn't hear the rest. Hyacinth had managed to clear the room out in record time, and her voice was disappearing down the hall as she ushered the children away.
"Benedict,"
Sophie was saying, fumbling with the knot at the back of her head.
"Benedict."
He shut the door. The click was so loud she jumped.
"What's wrong?"
she whispered. He said nothing, just watched her as she tore at the scarf. He liked it that she was helpless. He didn't feel terribly kind and charitable at the moment. "Do you have something you need to tell me?" he asked. His voice was controlled, but his hands were shaking. She went still, so still that he would have sworn that he could see the heat rise from her body. Then she cleared her throat, an uncomfortable, awkward sort of sound, and went back to work on the knot. Her movements tightened her dress around her breasts, but Benedict felt not one speck of desire. It was, he thought ironically, the first time he hadn't felt desire for this woman, in either of her incarnations.
"Can you help me with this?"
she asked, but her voice was hesitant. Benedict didn't move.
"Benedict?"
"It's interesting to see you with a scarf tied around your head, Sophie," he said softly. Her hands dropped slowly to her sides. "It's almost like a demi-mask, wouldn't you say?" Her lips parted, and the soft rush of air that crossed them was the room's only noise. He walked toward her, slowly, inexorably, his footsteps just loud enough so that she had to know he was stalking her.
"I haven't been to a masquerade in many years," he said.
She knew. He could see it in her face, the way she held her mouth, tight at the corners, and yet still slightly open. She knew that he knew. He hoped she was terrified. He took another 2 steps toward her, then abruptly turned to the right, his arm brushing past her sleeve.
"Were you ever going to tell me that we'd met before?"
Her mouth moved, but she didn't speak.
"Were you?"
he asked, his voice low and controlled. "No," she said, her voice wavering.
"Really?"
She didn't make a sound.
"Any particular reason?"
It didn't seem pertinent."
He whirled around.
"It didn't seem pertinent?"
he snapped.
"I fell in love with you 2 years ago and it didn't seem pertinent."
"Can I please remove the scarf?"
she whispered.
"You can remain blind."
"Benedict,
Like I was blind this past month," he continued angrily. "Why don't you see how you like it?"
You didn't fall in love with me 2 years ago,"
she said, yanking at the too tight scarf.
"How would you know? You disappeared."
"I had to disappear,"
she cried out.
"I didn't have a choice."
"We always have choices,"
he said condescendingly.
"We call it free will."
"That's easy for you to say,"
she snapped, tugging frantically at the blindfold.
"You who have everything. I had to... Oh!"
With one wrenching movement, she somehow managed to yank down the scarves until they hung loosely around her neck. Sophie blinked against the sudden onslaught of light. Then she caught sight of Benedict's face and stumbled back a step. His eyes were on fire, burning with a rage and, yes, a hurt that she could barely comprehend.
"It's good to see you, Sophie,"
he said in a dangerously low voice.
"If indeed that is your real name."
She nodded. "It occurs to me," he said, a little too casually,
"if you were at the masquerade, then you are not exactly of the servant class, are you?"
"I didn't have an invitation,"
she said hastily.
"I was a fraud, a pretender. I had no right to be there."
"You lied to me. Through everything, all this, you lied to me."
"I had to,"
she whispered.
"Oh, please. What could possibly be so terrible that you must conceal your identity from me?"
Sophie gulped. Here in the Bridgerton nursery, with him looming over her, she couldn't quite remember why she'd decided not to tell him that she was the lady at the masquerade. Maybe she'd feared that he would want her to become his mistress, which had happened anyway. Or maybe she hadn't said anything, because by the time she'd realized that this wasn't going to be a chance meeting, that he wasn't about to let Sophie the housemaid out of his life, it was too late. She'd gone too long without telling him, and she feared his rage. Which was exactly what had happened, proving her point. Of course, that was cold consolation as she stood across from him, watching his eyes go hot with anger and cold with disdain, all at the same time. Maybe the truth, as unflattering as it might be, was that her pride had been stung. She'd been disappointed that he hadn't recognized her himself. If the night of the masquerade had been as magical for him as it had been for her, shouldn't he have known instantly who she was? 2 years she'd spent dreaming about him. 2 years she'd seen his face every night in her mind. And yet, when he'd seen hers, he'd seen a stranger. Or maybe, just maybe, it hadn't been any of those things. Maybe it was simpler than that. Maybe she'd just wanted to protect her heart. She didn't know why, but she'd felt a little safer, a little less exposed as an anonymous housemaid. If Benedict had known who she was, or at least known that she'd been the woman at the masquerade, then he would have pursued her, relentlessly, Oh, he had certainly pursued her when he'd thought she'd been a maid, but it would have been different if he'd known the truth. Sophie was sure of it. He wouldn't have perceived the class differences as being quite so great, and Sophie would have lost an important barrier between them. Her social status, or lack thereof, had been a protective wall around her heart. She couldn't get too close because, quite honestly, she couldn't get too close. A man such as Benedict, son of and brother to viscounts, would never marry a servant. But an earl's byblow, now that was a much trickier situation. Unlike a servant, an aristocratic bastard could dream. But like those of a servant, the dreams weren't likely to come true, making the dreaming all that much more painful. And she'd known. Every time it had been on the tip of her tongue to blurt out her secret, she had known that telling him the truth would lead straight to a broken heart. It almost made Sophie want to laugh. Her heart couldn't possibly feel worse than it did now. "I searched for you," he said, his low, intense voice cutting into her thoughts. Her eyes widened, grew wet. "You did?" she whispered. "For 6 bloody months," he cursed. "It was as if you fell right off the face of the earth." "I had nowhere to go," she said, not sure why she was telling him that. "You had me." The words hung in the air, heavy and dark. Finally, Sophie, propelled by some perverse sense of belated honesty, said, "I didn't know you searched for me, but... She choked on the word, closing her eyes tightly against the pain of the moment. "But what?" She swallowed convulsively, and when she did open her eyes, she did not look at his face. "Even if I'd known you were looking," she said, hugging her arms to her body, "I wouldn't have let you find me." "Was I that repulsive to you?" "No," she cried out, her eyes flying to his face. There was hurt there. He hid it well, but she knew him well. There was hurt in his eyes. "No," she said, trying to make her voice calm and even. "It wasn't that. It could never be that." "Then what?" "We're from different worlds, Benedict. Even then I knew that there could be no future for us, and it would have been torture to tease myself with a dream that couldn't come true. I couldn't do that." "Who are you?" he asked suddenly. She just stared at him, frozen into inaction. "Tell me," he bit off. "Tell me who you are, because you're no damned lady's maid, that's for certain." "I'm exactly who I said I was," she said. Then, at his murderous glare, hastily added, "Almost." He advanced on her. "Who are you?" She backed up another step. "Sophia Beckett." "Who are you?" "I've been a servant since I was 14. "And who were you before that?" Her voice dropped to a whisper. "A bastard." "Whose bastard?" "Does it matter?" His stance grew more belligerent. "It matters to me." Sophie felt herself deflate. She hadn't expected him to ignore the duties of his birth and actually marry someone like her, but she'd hoped he wouldn't care quite that much. "Who were your parents?" Benedict persisted. "No one you know." "Who were your parents?" he roared. "The Earl of Penwood!" she cried out. He stood utterly still, not a muscle moving. He didn't even blink. "I am a nobleman's bastard," she said harshly, years of anger and resentment pouring forth. "My father was the Earl of Penwood, and my mother was a maid. Yes," she spat out when she saw his face grow pale. "My mother was a lady's maid, just as I am a lady's maid." A heavy pause filled the air, and then Sophie said in a low voice, "I won't be like my mother." "And yet, if she'd behaved otherwise," he said, "you wouldn't be here to tell me about it." "That's not the point." Benedict's hands, which had been fisted at his sides, began to twitch. "You lied to me," he said in a low voice.
"There was no need to tell you the truth."
"Who the hell are you to decide?" he exploded. "Poor little Benedict. He can't handle the truth. He can't make up his own mind. He broke off, disgusted by the whiny edge to his voice. She was turning him into someone he didn't know, someone he didn't like. He had to get out of there. He had to...
"Benedict?"
She was looking at him oddly. Her eyes were concerned. "I have to go," he muttered. "I can't see you right now."
"Why?"
she asked, and he could see from her face that she instantly regretted the question. "I am so angry right now," he said, each word a slow, staccato beat in the sentence, "that I don't know myself. He looked down at his hands. They were shaking. He wanted to hurt her, he realized. No, he didn't want to hurt her. He would never want to hurt her. And yet, it was the first time in his life he'd felt so out of control. It scared him. "I have to go," he said again, and he brushed roughly past her as he strode out the door. Chapter 20.
While we are on the topic, Miss Ryling's mother, the Countess of Penwood, has also been acting very strange of late. According to servants' gossip, which we all know is always the most reliable sort, the Countess threw quite the tantrum last night, hurling no fewer than 17 shoes at her servants. One footman sports a bruised eye, but other than that, all remain in good health.
Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 11th of June, 1817. Within an hour, Sophie had her bag packed. She didn't know what else to do. She was gripped, painfully gripped, by nervous energy, and she could not sit still. Her feet kept moving, and her hands were shaking, and every few minutes she found herself taking a big, spontaneous gulp of air, as if the extra breath could somehow calm her inside. She could not imagine that she would be allowed to remain here in Lady Bridgerton's household after such a horrible falling out with Benedict. Lady Bridgerton was fond of Sophie, it was true, but Benedict was her son. Blood really was thicker than just about anything else, especially when it was Bridgerton blood. It was sad, really, she thought, as she sat down on her bed, her hands still torturing a hopelessly mangled handkerchief. For all her inner turmoil over Benedict, she'd liked living in the Bridgerton household. Sophie had never before had the honour of living amongst a group of people who truly understood the meaning of the word family. She would miss them. She would miss Benedict, and she would mourn the life she could not have. Unable to sit still, she jumped back to her feet and walked to the window.
"Damn you, Papa,"
she said, looking up at the skies.
"There, I've called you Papa. You never let me do that. You never wanted to be that."
She gasped convulsively, using the back of her hand to wipe at her nose.
"I've called you Papa. How does it feel?"
But there was no sudden clap of thunder, no grey cloud appearing out of nowhere to cover up the sun. Her father would never know how angry she was with him for leaving her penniless, leaving her with Araminta. Most likely he wouldn't have cared. She felt rather weary, and she leaned against the window frame, rubbing her eyes with her hand.
"You gave me a taste of another life,"
she whispered,
"and then left me in the wind. It would have been so much easier if I'd been raised a servant. I wouldn't have wanted so much. It would have been easier."
She turned back around, her eyes falling upon her single, meagre bag. She hadn't wanted to take any of the dresses that Lady Bridgerton and her daughters had given her, but she'd had little choice in the matter, as her old dresses had already been relegated to the rag bin. So she'd chosen only 2, The same number with which she'd arrived, the one she happened to be wearing when Benedict had discovered her identity, and a spare, which she'd tucked in the bag. The rest had been left hanging, neatly pressed in the wardrobe. Sophie sighed, closing her eyes for a moment. It was time to go. Where, she didn't know, but she couldn't stay here. She leaned down and picked up the bag. She had a little money saved. Not much, but if she worked and was frugal, she'd have enough funds for passage to America within a year. She'd heard that things were easier there for those of less than respectable birth, that the boundaries of class weren't quite as strict as they were here in England. She poked her head out into the hall, which was blessedly vacant. She knew she was a coward, but she didn't want to have to say goodbye to the Bridgerton daughters. She might do something really stupid, like cry, and then she'd feel even worse. Never in her life had she had the chance to spend time with women of her own age who treated her with respect and affection. She'd once hoped that Rosamond and Posy would be her sisters, but that had never come to pass. Posy might have tried, but Araminta wouldn't allow it, and Posy, for all her sweetness, had never been strong enough to stand up to her mother. But she did have to bid farewell to Lady Bridgerton. There was no getting around that. Lady Bridgerton had been kind to her, far beyond any expectations, and Sophie would not thank her by sneaking out and disappearing like some criminal. If she was lucky, Lady Bridgerton would not yet have heard of her altercation with Benedict. Sophie could give her notice, bid her farewell, and be off. It was late afternoon, well past tea time, so Sophie decided to take a chance and see if Lady Bridgerton was in the small office she kept off of her bedchamber. It was a warm and cosy little room, with a writing desk and several bookshelves, a place where Lady Bridgerton penned her correspondence and settled the household accounts. The door was ajar, so Sophie knocked softly, allowing the door to swing open a few inches as her knuckles connected with the wood. "Enter!" came Lady Bridgerton's bidding. Sophie pushed the door open and poked her head in. "Am I interrupting?" she asked quietly. Lady Bridgerton set down her quill. "Yes, but it's a welcome interruption. I've never enjoyed balancing the household accounts." "I would—" Sophie bit her tongue. She had been about to say that she would have been happy to take over the task. She'd always been good with numbers. "You were saying?" Lady Bridgerton asked, her eyes warm. Sophie gave her head a little shake. "Nothing." The room lapsed into silence until Lady Bridgerton gave Sophie a slightly amused smile and asked, "Was there a specific reason you knocked on my door?" Sophie took a deep breath that was meant to settle her nerves, but didn't, and said, "Yes." Lady Bridgerton looked at her expectantly, but didn't say anything. "I'm afraid I must resign my position here," Sophie said. Lady Bridgerton actually rose out of her seat. "But why? Aren't you happy? Have any of the girls been mistreating you?" No," Sophie hastened to assure her. "That could not be further from the truth. Your daughters are so lovely, in heart as well as in appearance. I've never— that is to say, no one has ever—" "What is it, Sophie?" Sophie clutched at the doorframe, desperately trying to find her balance. Her legs felt unsteady. Her heart felt unsteady. Any moment now she was going to burst into tears. And why? Because the man she loved would never marry her? Because he hated her for lying to him? Because he'd broken her heart twice, once by asking her to be his mistress, and once by making her love his family, and then forcing her to leave? He might not have demanded that she go, but it couldn't have been more obvious that she could not stay. "It's Benedict, isn't it?" Sophie's head snapped up. Lady Bridgerton smiled sadly. "It's obvious that there is some feeling between you," she said gently, answering the question that Sophie knew must show in her eyes. "Why didn't you fire me?" Sophie whispered. She didn't think that Lady Bridgerton knew that Sophie and Benedict had been intimate, but no one of Lady Bridgerton's position would want her son pining for a housemaid. "I don't know," Lady Bridgerton replied, looking more conflicted than Sophie could ever have imagined. "I probably should have done." She shrugged, her eyes strangely helpless. "But I like you." The tears Sophie had been working so hard to keep in check began to roll down her face, but beyond that, she somehow managed to keep her composure. She didn't shake, and she didn't make a sound. She just stood there, utterly still, as the tears came forth. When Lady Bridgerton spoke again, her words held a very careful and measured quality, as if she were choosing them with great care, searching for a specific reply. "You are," she said, her eyes never leaving Sophie's face, "the sort of woman I would like for my son. Our acquaintance has not been a long one, but I know your character and I know your heart, and I wish—" A small, choked sob burst forth from Sophie's mouth, but she swallowed it down as quickly as she could. "I wish that you were of a different background," Lady Bridgerton continued, acknowledging Sophie's cry with a sympathetic tilt of her head and a sad, slow blink of her eyes. "Not that I hold such a thing against you, or think the less of you, but it makes things very difficult." "Impossible," Sophie whispered. Lady Bridgerton didn't say anything, and Sophie knew that in her heart she agreed, if not completely, then 98% with her assessment. "Is it possible," Lady Bridgerton asked, her words even more measured and careful than before, "that your background is not quite what it seems?" Sophie said nothing. "There are things about you that don't add up, Sophie." Sophie knew that she expected her to ask what, but she had a fair idea what Lady Bridgerton meant. "Your accent is impeccable," Lady Bridgerton said. "I know you told me that you had lessons with the children your mother worked for, but that doesn't seem like enough of an explanation to me. Those lessons wouldn't have started until you were a bit older, 6 at the very earliest, and your speech patterns would have already been rather set by that point." Sophie felt her eyes widen. She'd never seen that particular hole in her story, and she was rather surprised that no one else had until now. But then again, Lady Bridgerton was a good deal smarter than most of the people to whom she had told her fabricated history. "And you know Latin," Lady Bridgerton said. "Don't try to deny it. I heard you muttering under your breath the other day when Hyacinth vexed you." Sophie kept her gaze fixed firmly on the window just to Lady Bridgerton's left. She couldn't quite bring herself to meet her eyes. "Thank you for not denying it," Lady Bridgerton said, and then she waited for Sophie to say something. Waited so long that finally Sophie had to fill the interminable silence. "I'm not a suitable match for your son," was all she said. "I see. I really have to go." She had to get the words out quickly before she changed her mind. Lady Bridgerton nodded. "If that is your wish, there is nothing I can do to stop you. Where is it you plan to go?" "I have relatives in the north," Sophie lied. Lady Bridgerton clearly didn't believe her, but she answered, "You will, of course, use one of our carriages." "No, I couldn't possibly." "You can't think I would permit you to do otherwise. I consider you to be my responsibility, at least for the next few days, and it is far too dangerous for you to leave unescorted. It's not safe for women alone in this world." Sophie couldn't quite suppress a rueful smile. Lady Bridgerton's tone might be different, but her words were almost exactly those uttered by Benedict a few weeks earlier, and look where that had gotten her. She would never say that she and Lady Bridgerton were close friends, but she knew her well enough to know that she would not be budged on this issue. "Very well," Sophie acceded. "Thank you." She could have the carriage drop her off somewhere, preferably not too far from a port where she could eventually book passage to America and then decide where to go from there. Lady Bridgerton offered her a small, sad smile. "I assume you already have your bags packed." Sophie nodded. It didn't seem necessary to point out that she only had one bag, singular. "Have you made all of your goodbyes?" Sophie shook her head. "I'd rather not," she admitted. Lady Bridgerton stood and nodded. "Sometimes that is best," she agreed. "Why don't you await me in the front hall? I will see to having a coach brought round." Sophie turned and started to walk out, but when she reached the doorway, she stopped and turned around. "Lady Bridgerton, The older lady's eyes lit up, as if she were expecting some good news. Or if not good, then at least something different. "Yes?" Sophie swallowed. "I just wanted to thank you." The light in Lady Bridgerton's eyes dimmed a little. "Whatever for?" "For having me here, for accepting me, and allowing me to pretend I was a part of your family." "Don't be silly. You didn't have to let me take tea with you and the girls," Sophie interrupted. If she didn't get this all out now, she'd lose her courage. "Most women wouldn't have done. It was lovely, and new, and—" She gulped. "I will miss you all." "You don't have to go," Lady Bridgerton said softly. Sophie tried to smile, but it came out all wobbly, and it tasted like tears. "Yes," she said, almost choking on the word. "I do." Lady Bridgerton stared at her for a very long moment, her pale blue eyes filled with compassion, and then maybe a touch of realization. "I see," she said quietly, and Sophie feared that she did see. "I'll meet you downstairs," Lady Bridgerton said. Sophie nodded as she stood aside to let the Dowager Viscountess pass. Lady Bridgerton paused in the hallway, looking down at Sophie's well-worn bag. "Is that all you have?" she asked. "Everything in the world." Lady Bridgerton swallowed uncomfortably, and her cheeks took on the slightest hue of pink, almost as if she were actually embarrassed by her riches, and Sophie's lack thereof. "But that," Sophie said, motioning to the bag, "that's not what's important. What you have—" She stopped and swallowed, doing battle with the lump in her throat. "I don't mean what you own." "I know what you mean, Sophie." Lady Bridgerton dabbed at her eyes with her fingers. "Thank you." Sophie's shoulders rose and fell in a tiny shrug. "It's the truth." "Let me give you some money before you go, Sophie," Lady Bridgerton blurted out. Sophie shook her head. "I couldn't. I've already taken 2 of the dresses you gave me. I didn't want to, but—" "It's all right," Lady Bridgerton assured her. "What else could you do? The ones you came with are gone." She cleared her throat. "But please, let me give you some money." She saw Sophie open her mouth to protest and said, "Please, it would make me feel better." Lady Bridgerton had a way of looking at a person that truly made one want to do as she asked, and besides that, Sophie really did need the money. Lady Bridgerton was a generous lady. She might even give Sophie enough to book third-class passage across the ocean. Sophie found herself saying, "Thank you," before her conscience had a chance to grapple with the offer. Lady Bridgerton gave her a brief nod and disappeared down the hall. Sophie took a long, shaky breath, then picked up her bag and walked slowly down the stairs. She waited in the foyer for a moment, then decided she might as well wait outside. It was a fine spring day, and Sophie thought that a bit of sun on her nose might be just the thing to make her feel better. Well, at least a little bit better. Besides, she'd be less likely to run into one of the Bridgerton daughters, and much as she was going to miss them, she just didn't want to have to say goodbye. Still clutching her bag in one hand, she pushed open the front door and descended the steps. It shouldn't take too long for the coach to be brought around. 5 minutes, maybe 10, maybe—
Sophie Beckett!
Sophie's stomach dropped right down to her ankles. Araminta! How could she have forgotten? Frozen into inaction, she looked around and up the stairs, trying to figure out which way to flee. If she ran back into the Bridgerton house, Araminta would know where to find her. And if she took off on foot—
Constable!
Araminta shrieked.
I want a constable!
Sophie dropped her bag and took off running.
Someone stop her!
Araminta screamed.
Stop thief! Stop thief!
Sophie kept running, even though she knew it would make her look guilty. She ran with every last fibre in her muscles, with every gulp of air she could force into her lungs. She ran and she ran and she ran, until someone tackled her, thumping into her back and knocking her to the ground.
I got her!
The man yelled.
I got her for you!
Sophie blinked and gasped at the pain. Her head had hit the pavement with a stunning blow, and the man who had caught her was practically sitting on her abdomen.
There you are!
Araminta crowed as she hurried over.
Sophie Beckett! The nerve!
Sophie glared at her. Words didn't exist to express the loathing in her heart, not to mention that she was in too much pain to speak.
I've been looking for you,
Araminta said, smiling evilly.
Posy told me she'd seen you.
Sophie closed her eyes for a longer than the usual blink. Oh, Posy. She doubted that she'd meant to give her away, but Posy's tongue had a way of getting ahead of her mind. Araminta planted her foot very close to Sophie's hand, the one that was being held immobile by her captor's fingers around her wrist, then smiled as she moved her foot onto Sophie's hand.
You shouldn't have stolen from me,
Araminta said, her blue eyes glinting. Sophie just grunted. It was all she could manage.
You see, Araminta continued gleefully, now I can have you thrown in jail. I suppose I could have done so before, but now I have the truth on my side.
Just then, a man ran up, skidding to a halt before Araminta.
The authorities are on the way, milady. We'll have this thief taken away in no time.
Sophie caught her lower lip between her teeth, torn between praying that the authorities would be delayed until Lady Bridgerton came outside, and praying that they'd come right away, so that the Bridgertons would never see her shame. And, in the end, she got her wish. The latter one, that was. Not 2 minutes later, the authorities arrived, threw her into a wagon, and carted her off to jail. And all Sophie could think of as she rode away was that the Bridgertons would never know what had happened to her. And maybe that was for the best. Chapter 21.
La, but such excitement yesterday on the front steps of Lady Bridgerton's residence on Bruton Street. First, Penelope Featherington was seen in the company of not one, not two, but 3 Bridgerton brothers. Surely a heretofore impossible feat for the poor girl, who is rather infamous for her wallflower ways. Sadly, but perhaps predictably for Miss Featherington, when she finally departed, it was on the arm of the Viscount, the only married man in the bunch. If Miss Featherington were to somehow manage to drag a Bridgerton brother to the altar, it would surely mean the end of the world as we know it, and this author, who freely admits she would not know heads from tails in such a world, would be forced to resign her post on the spot. If Miss Featherington's gathering weren't enough gossip, not 3 hours later, a woman was accosted right in front of the townhouse by the Countess of Penwood, who lives 3 doors down. It seems the woman, who this author suspects was working in the Bridgerton household, used to work for Lady Penwood. Lady Penwood alleges that the unidentified woman stole from her 2 years ago, and immediately had the poor thing carted off to jail. This author is not certain what the punishment is these days for theft, but one has to suspect that if one has the audacity to steal from a countess, the punishment is quite strict.
The poor girl in question is likely to be hanged, or at the very least find herself transported. The previous housemaid wars, reported last month in this column, seem rather trivial now. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 13th of June, 1817. Benedict's first inclination the following morning was to pour himself a good, stiff drink, or maybe 3. It might have been scandalously early in the day for spirits, but alcoholic oblivion sounded rather appealing after the emotional skewering he'd received the previous evening at the hands of Sophie Beckett. But then he remembered that he'd made a date that morning for a fencing match with his brother Colin. Suddenly, skewering his brother sounded rather appealing, no matter that he'd had nothing to do with Benedict's wretched mood. That, Benedict thought with a grim smile as he pulled on his gear, was what brothers were for. "I've only an hour," Colin said as he attached the safety tip to his foil. "I have an appointment this afternoon." "No matter," Benedict replied, lunging forward a few times to loosen up the muscles in his leg. He hadn't fenced in some time. The sword felt good in his hand. He drew back and touched the tip to the floor, letting the blade bend slightly. "It won't take more than an hour to best you." Colin rolled his eyes before he drew down his mask. Benedict walked to the centre of the room. "Are you ready?" "Not quite," Colin replied, following him. Benedict lunged again. "I said I wasn't ready!" Colin hollered as he jumped out of the way. "You're too slow," Benedict snapped. Colin cursed under his breath, then added a louder, "Bloody hell," for good measure. "What's gotten into you?" "Nothing," Benedict nearly snarled. "Why would you say so?" Colin took a step backward until they were a suitable distance apart to start the match. "Oh, I don't know," he intoned, sarcasm evident. "I suppose it could be because you nearly took my head off." "I've a tip on my blade." "And you were slashing like you were using a sabre," Colin shot back. Benedict gave a hard smile. "It's more fun that way." "Not for my neck." Colin passed his sword from hand to hand as he flexed and stretched his fingers. He paused and frowned. "You sure you have a foil there?" Benedict scowled. "For the love of God, Colin! I would never use a real weapon." "Just making sure," Colin muttered, touching his neck lightly. "Are you ready?" Benedict nodded and bent his knees. "Regular rules," Colin said, assuming a fencer's crouch. "No slashing." Benedict gave him a curt nod. "En garde!" Both men raised their right arms, twisting their wrists until their palms were up, foils gripped in their fingers. "Is that new?" Colin suddenly asked, eyeing the handle of Benedict's foil with interest. Benedict cursed at the loss of his concentration. "Yes, it's new," he bit off. "I prefer an Italian grip." Colin stepped back, completely losing his fencing posture as he looked at his own foil, with a less elaborate French grip. "Might I borrow it sometime? I wouldn't mind seeing if—" "Yes!" Benedict snapped, barely resisting the urge to advance and lunge that very second. "Will you get back en garde?" Colin gave him a lopsided smile, and Benedict just knew that he had asked about his grip simply to annoy him. "As you wish," Colin murmured, assuming position again. They held still for one moment, and then Colin said, "Fence!" Benedict advanced immediately, lunging and attacking, but Colin had always been particularly fleet of foot, and he retreated carefully, meeting Benedict's attack with an expert parry. "You're in a bloody bad mood today," Colin said, lunging forward and just nearly catching Benedict on the shoulder. Benedict stepped out of his way, lifting his blade to block the attack. "Yes, well, I had a bad—" He advanced again, his foil stretched straight forward. "Day!" Colin sidestepped his attack neatly. "Nice riposte," he said, touching his forehead with the handle of his foil in a mock salute.
"Shut up and fence!"
Benedict snapped. Colin chuckled and advanced, swishing his blade this way and that, keeping Benedict on the retreat.
"It must be a woman," he said.
Benedict blocked Colin's attack and quickly began his own advance.
"None of your damned business." "It's a woman,"
Colin said, smirking. Benedict lunged forward, the tip of his foil catching Colin on the collarbone.
"Point,"
he grunted. Colin gave a curt nod.
"Touch for you."
They walked back to the centre of the room.
"Are you ready?"
he asked. Benedict nodded.
"On guard! Fence!"
This time Colin was the first to take the attack.
"If you need some advice about women,"
he said, driving Benedict back to the corner. Benedict raised his foil, blocking Colin's attack with enough force to send his younger brother stumbling backward.
"If I need advice about women," he returned, "the last person I'd go to would be you."
"You wound me," Colin said, regaining his balance.
"No,"
Benedict drawled.
"That's what the safety tip is for. I certainly have a better record with women than you."
"Oh, really?" Benedict said sarcastically. He stuck his nose in the air and, in a fair imitation of Colin, said,
"I am certainly not going to marry Penelope Featherington."
Colin winced. "You," Benedict said,
"shouldn't be giving advice to anyone. I didn't know she was there."
Benedict lunged forward, just barely missing Colin's shoulder.
"That's no excuse. You were in public, in broad daylight. Even if she hadn't been there, someone would have heard, and the bloody thing would have ended up in Whistledown."
Colin met his lunge with a parry, then riposted with blinding speed, catching Benedict neatly in the belly.
"My touch,"
he grunted. Benedict gave him a nod, acknowledging the point.
"I was foolish,"
Colin said, as they walked back to the centre of the room.
"You, on the other hand, are stupid. What the hell does that mean?"
Colin sighed as he pushed up his mask.
"Why don't you just do us all a favour and marry the girl?"
Benedict just stared at him, his hand going limp around the handle of his sword. Was there any possibility that Colin didn't know who they were talking about? He removed his mask and looked into his brother's dark green eyes and nearly groaned. Colin knew. He didn't know how Colin knew, but he definitely knew. He supposed he shouldn't have been surprised. Colin always knew everything. In fact, the only person who ever seemed to know more gossip than Colin was Eloise, and it never took her more than a few hours to impart all of her dubious wisdom to Colin.
"How did you know?"
Benedict finally asked. One corner of Colin's mouth tilted up into a crooked smile.
"About Sophie. It's rather obvious. Colin, she's a maid. Who cares? What is going to happen to you if you marry her?"
Colin asked, with a devil-may-care shrug of his shoulders.
"People you couldn't care less about will ostracize you. Hell, I wouldn't mind being ostracized by some of the people with whom I'm forced to socialize."
Benedict shrugged dismissively.
"I'd already decided I didn't care about all that," he said. "Then what in bloody hell is the problem?" Colin demanded. "It's complicated. Nothing is ever as complicated as it is in one's mind."
Benedict mulled that over, planting the tip of his foil against the floor and allowing the flexible blade to wiggle back and forth.
"Do you remember Mother's masquerade?" he asked.
Colin blinked at the unexpected question.
"A few years ago, right before she moved out of Bridgerton House."
Benedict nodded.
"That's the one. Do you remember meeting a woman dressed in silver? You came upon us in the hall." "Of course. You were rather taken with—"
Colin's eyes suddenly bugged out.
"That wasn't Sophie." "Remarkable, isn't it?"
Benedict murmured, his every inflection screaming understatement.
"But how?" "I don't know how she got there, but she's not a maid." "She's not?" "Well, she is a maid," Benedict clarified. But she's also the bastard daughter of the Earl of Penwood. Not the current, no, the one who died several years back. And you knew all this? No, Benedict said, the word short and staccato on his tongue. I did not. Oh. Colin caught his lower lip between his teeth as he digested the meaning of his brother's short sentence. I see. He stared at Benedict. What are you going to do? Benedict's sword, whose blade had been wiggling back and forth as he pressed the tip against the floor, suddenly sprang straight and skittered out of his hand. He watched it dispassionately as it slid across the floor, and didn't look back up as he said, That's a very good question. He was still furious with Sophie for her deception, but neither was he without blame. He shouldn't have demanded that Sophie be his mistress. It had certainly been his right to ask, but it had also been her right to refuse. And once she had done so, he should have let her be. Benedict hadn't been brought up a bastard, and if her experience had been sufficiently wretched so that she refused to risk bearing a bastard herself, well then, he should have respected that. If he respected her, then he had to respect her beliefs. He shouldn't have been so flip with her, insisting that anything was possible, that she was free to make any choice her heart desired. His mother was right. He did live a charmed life. He had wealth, family, happiness, and nothing was truly out of his reach. The only awful thing that had ever happened in his life was the sudden and untimely death of his father, and even then he'd had his family to help him through. It was difficult for him to imagine certain pains and hurts because he'd never experienced them. And, unlike Sophie, he'd never been alone. What now? He had already decided that he was prepared to brave social ostracism and marry her. The unrecognized bastard daughter of an earl was a slightly more acceptable match than a servant, but only slightly. London society might accept her if he forced them to, but they wouldn't go out of their way to be kind. He and Sophie would most likely have to live quietly in the country, eschewing the London society that would almost certainly shun them. But it took his heart less than a second to know that a quiet life with Sophie was by far preferable to a public life without her. Did it matter that she was the woman from the masquerade? She'd lied to him about her identity, but he knew her soul. When they kissed, when they laughed, when they simply sat and talked, she had never feigned a moment. The woman who could make his heart sing with a simple smile, the woman who could fill him with contentment just through the simple act of sitting by him while he sketched. That was the real Sophie, and he loved her. You look as if you've reached a decision, Colin said quietly. Benedict eyed his brother thoughtfully. When had he grown so perceptive? Come to think of it, when had he grown up? Benedict had always thought of Colin as a youthful rascal, charming and debonair, but not one who had ever had to assume any sort of responsibility. But when he regarded his brother now, he saw someone else. His shoulders were a little broader, his posture a little more steady and subdued, and his eyes looked wiser. That was the biggest change. If eyes truly were windows to the soul, then Colin's soul had gone and grown up on him when Benedict hadn't been paying attention. I owe her a few apologies, Benedict said. I'm sure she'll forgive you. She owes me several as well, more than several. Benedict could tell that his brother wanted to ask, what for? But to his credit, all Colin said was, Are you willing to forgive her? Benedict nodded. Colin reached out and plucked Benedict's foil from his hands. I'll put this away for you. Benedict stared at his brother's fingers for a rather stupidly long moment before snapping to attention. I have to go, he blurted out. Colin barely suppressed a grin. I surmised as much. Benedict stared at his brother, and then,
For no other reason than an overwhelming urge, he reached out and pulled him into a quick hug.
"I don't say this often,"
he said, his voice starting to sound gruff in his ears,
"but I love you. I love you too, big brother."
Colin's smile, always a little bit lopsided, grew.
"Now, get the hell out of here!"
Benedict tossed his mask at his brother and strode out of the room.
"What do you mean she's gone?"
"Just that, I'm afraid," Lady Bridgerton said, her eyes sad and sympathetic. "She's gone." The pressure behind Benedict's temples began to build. It was a wonder his head didn't explode.
"And you just let her go?"
"It would hardly have been legal for me to force her to stay." Benedict nearly groaned. It had hardly been legal for him to force her to come to London, but he'd done it anyway.
"Where did she go?"
he demanded. His mother seemed to deflate in her chair. "I don't know. I had insisted that she take one of our coaches, partly because I feared for her safety, but also because I wanted to know where she went." Benedict slammed his hands on the desk.
"Well, then what happened?"
"As I was trying to say, I attempted to get her to take one of our coaches, but it was obvious she didn't want to, and she disappeared before I could have the carriage brought round." Benedict cursed under his breath. Sophie was probably still in London, but London was huge and hugely populated. It would be damn near impossible to find someone who didn't want to be found. "I had assumed," Violet said delicately, "that the two of you had had a falling out." Benedict raked his hand through his hair, then caught sight of his white sleeve. "Oh, Jesus," he muttered. He'd run over here in his fencing clothes. He looked up at his mother with a roll of his eyes.
"No lectures on blasphemy just now, Mother. Please."
Her lips twitched. "I wouldn't dream of it."
"Where am I going to find her?"
The levity left Violet's eyes. "I don't know, Benedict. I wish I did. I quite liked Sophie."
"She's Penwood's daughter," he said.
Violet frowned. "I suspected something like that. Illegitimate, I assume?" Benedict nodded. His mother opened her mouth to say something, but he never did find out what, because at that moment the door to her office came flying open, slamming against the wall with an amazing crash. Francesca, who had obviously been running across the house, smashed into her mother's desk, followed by Hyacinth, who smashed into Francesca. "What is wrong?" Violet asked, rising to her feet. "It's Sophie," Francesca panted. "I know," Violet said. "She's gone. No!" Hyacinth cut in, slapping a piece of paper down on the desk. "Look!" Benedict tried to grab the paper, which he immediately recognized as an issue of Whistledown, but his mother got there first.
"What is it?"
he asked, his stomach sinking as he watched her face pale. She handed him the paper. He scanned it quickly, passing by bits about the Duke of Ashbourne, the Earl of Macclesfield, and Penelope Featherington, before he reached the section about what had to be Sophie. "Jail?" he said, the word mere breath on his lips. "We must see her released," his mother said, throwing her shoulders back like a general girding for battle. But Benedict was already out the door. "Wait!" Violet yelled, dashing after him. "I'm coming too!" Benedict stopped short just before he reached the stairs.
"You are not coming," he ordered. "I will not have you exposed to—"
"Oh, please," Violet returned. "I'm hardly a wilting flower, and I can vouch for Sophie's honesty and integrity." "I'm coming too," Hyacinth said, skidding to a halt alongside Francesca, who had also followed them out into the upstairs hall. "No," came the simultaneous reply from her mother and brother. "But I said no," Violet said again, her voice sharp. Francesca let out a sullen snort. "I suppose it would be fruitless for me to insist upon—"
"Don't even finish that sentence," Benedict warned.
"As if you would let me even try." Benedict ignored her and turned to his mother.
"If you want to go, we leave immediately."
She nodded. "Have the carriage brought round, and I'll be waiting out front." 10 minutes later, they were on their way. Chapter 22. Such a scurry on Bruton Street. The Dowager Viscountess Bridgerton and her son Benedict Bridgerton were seen dashing out of her house Friday morning. Mr. Bridgerton practically threw his mother into a carriage, and they took off at breakneck speed. Francesca and Hyacinth Bridgerton were seen standing in the doorway, and this author has it on the best authority that Francesca was heard to utter a very unladylike word. But the Bridgerton household was not the only one to see such excitement. The Penwoods also experienced a great deal of activity, culminating in a public row right on the front steps between the Countess and her daughter, Miss Posy Riling. As this author has never liked Lady Penwood, she can only say, "Huzzah for Posy!" Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 16th of June, 1817. It was cold, really cold, and there was an awful scurrying noise that definitely belonged to a small four-legged creature, or even worse, a large four-legged creature. Or, to be more precise, a large version of a small four-legged creature. Rats. "Oh, God," Sophie moaned. She didn't often take the Lord's name in vain, but now seemed as good a time as any to start. Maybe he would hear, and maybe he would smite the rats. Yes, that would do very nicely. A big jolt of lightning, huge, of biblical proportions. It could hit the earth, spread little electrical tentacles around the globe, and sizzle all the rats dead. It was a lovely dream, right up there with the ones in which she found herself living happily ever after as Mrs. Benedict Bridgerton. Sophie took a quick gasp as a sudden stab of pain pierced her heart. Of the two dreams, she feared that the genocide of the rats might be the more likely to come true. She was on her own now, well and truly on her own. She didn't know why this was so upsetting. In all truth, she'd always been on her own. Not since her grandmother had deposited her on the front steps of Penwood Park had she had a champion, someone who put her interests above, or even at the same level, as their own. Her stomach growled, reminding her that she could add hunger to her growing list of miseries. And thirst. They hadn't even brought her so much as a sip of water. She was starting to have very strange fantasies about tea. Sophie let out a long, slow breath, trying to remember to breathe through her mouth when it came time to inhale. The stench was overwhelming. She'd been given a crude chamber pot to use for her bodily functions, but so far she'd been holding it in, trying to relieve herself with as little frequency as possible. The chamber pot had been emptied before it had been tossed into her cell, but it hadn't been cleaned, and in fact, when Sophie had picked it up, it had been wet, causing her to drop it immediately as her entire body shuddered with revulsion. She had, of course, emptied many chamber pots in her time, but the people she'd worked for had generally managed to hit their mark, so to speak. Not to mention that Sophie had always been able to wash her hands afterward. Now, in addition to the cold and the hunger, she didn't feel clean in her own skin. It was a horrible sensation.
"You have a visitor."
Sophie jumped to her feet at the warden's gruff, unfriendly voice. Could Benedict have found out where she was? Would he even wish to come to her aid? Did he? Well, well, well. Araminta. Sophie's heart sank. "Sophie Beckett," she clucked, approaching the cell, and then holding a handkerchief to her nose, as if Sophie were the sole cause of the stench. "I would never have guessed that you would have the audacity to show your face in London." Sophie clamped her mouth together in a mutinous line. She knew that Araminta wanted to get a rise out of her, and she refused to give her the satisfaction. "Things aren't going well for you, I'm afraid," Araminta continued, shaking her head in a parody of sympathy. She leaned forward and whispered, "The magistrate doesn't take very kindly to thieves." Sophie crossed her arms and stared stubbornly at the wall. If she so much as looked at Araminta, she probably wouldn't be able to restrain herself from lunging at her, and the metal bars of her cell were likely to do serious damage to her face. The shoe clips were bad enough, Araminta said, tapping her chin with her forefinger. But he grew so very angry when I informed him of the theft of my wedding ring. I didn't! Sophie caught herself before she yelled any more. That was exactly what Araminta wanted. Didn't you? She returned, smiling slyly. She waggled her fingers in the air. I don't appear to be wearing it, and it's your word against mine. Sophie's lips parted, but not a sound emerged. Araminta was right, and no judge would take her word over the Countess of Penwood's. Araminta smiled slightly, her expression vaguely feline. The man in front, I think he said he was the warden, said you're not likely to be hanged, so you needn't worry on that score. Transportation is a much more likely outcome. Sophie almost laughed. Just the day before, she'd been considering emigrating to America. Now it seemed she'd be leaving for certain, except her destination would be Australia, and she'd be in chains. I'll plead for clemency on your behalf, Araminta said. I don't want you killed, only gone. A model of Christian charity, Sophie muttered. I'm sure the justice will be touched. Araminta brushed her fingers against her temple, idly pushing back her hair. Won't he, though? She looked directly at Sophie and smiled. It was a hard and hollow expression, and suddenly Sophie had to know. Why do you hate me? She whispered. Araminta did nothing but stare at her for a moment, and then she whispered, Because he loved you. Sophie was stunned into silence. Araminta's eyes grew impossibly brittle. I will never forgive him for that. Sophie shook her head in disbelief. He never loved me. He clothed you. He fed you. Araminta's mouth tightened. He forced me to live with you. That wasn't love, Sophie said. That was guilt. If he loved me, he wouldn't have left me with you. He wasn't stupid. He had to have known how much you hated me. If he loved me, he wouldn't have forgotten me in his will. If he loved me... She broke off, choking on her own voice. Araminta crossed her arms. If he loved me, Sophie continued, he might have taken the time to talk to me. He might have asked me how my day went, or what I was studying, or did I enjoy my breakfast. She swallowed convulsively, turning away. It was too hard to look at Araminta just then. He never loved me, she said quietly. He didn't know how to love. No words passed between the two women for many moments, and then Araminta said, He was punishing me. Slowly, Sophie turned back around. For not giving him an heir. Araminta's hands began to shake. He hated me for that. Sophie didn't know what to say. She didn't know if there was anything to say. After a long moment, Araminta said, At first I hated you because you were an insult to me. No woman should have to shelter her husband's bastard. Sophie said nothing. But then... To Sophie's great surprise, Araminta sagged against the wall, as if the memories were sucking away her very strength. But then it changed. Araminta finally said, How could he have had you with some whore, and I could not give him a child? There seemed little point in Sophie's defending her mother. I didn't just hate you, you know, Araminta whispered. I hated seeing you. Somehow, that didn't surprise Sophie. I hated hearing your voice. I hated the fact that your eyes were his. I hated knowing that you were in my house. It was my house too, Sophie said quietly. Yes, Araminta replied. I know. I hated that too. Sophie turned quite sharply, looking Araminta in the eye. Why are you here? She asked. Haven't you done enough? You've already insured my transportation to Australia. Araminta shrugged. I can't seem to stay away. There's something so lovely about seeing you in jail. I shall have to bathe for 3
hours straight to rid myself of the stench. But it's worth it. Then excuse me if I go sit in the corner and pretend to read a book, Sophie spat out. There is nothing lovely about seeing you. She marched over to the wobbly three-legged stool that was her cell's only piece of furniture and sat down, trying not to look as miserable as she felt. Araminta had bested her, it was true, but her spirit had not been broken, and she refused to let Araminta think otherwise. She sat, arms crossed, her back to the cell opening, listening for signs that Araminta was leaving, but Araminta stayed. Finally, after about 10 minutes of this nonsense, Sophie jumped to her feet and yelled, "Would you go?" Araminta cocked her head slightly to the side. "I'm thinking." Sophie would have asked, about what, but she was rather afraid of the answer. "I wonder what it is like in Australia," Araminta mused. "I've never been, of course. No civilized person of my acquaintance would even consider it. But I hear it is dreadfully warm, and you, with your fair skin, that lovely complexion of yours isn't likely to survive the hot sun. In fact..." But whatever Araminta had been about to say was cut off, thankfully, because Sophie feared she might be moved to attempt murder if she had to listen to another word, by a commotion erupting around the corner. "What the devil?" Araminta said, taking a few steps back and craning her neck for a better view. And then Sophie heard a very familiar voice. "Benedict," she whispered. "What did you say?" Araminta demanded. But Sophie had already jumped to her feet and had her face pressed up against the bars of her cell. "I said," Benedict boomed, "let us pass." "Benedict!" Sophie yelled. She forgot that she didn't particularly want the Bridgertons to see her in such demeaning surroundings. She forgot that she had no future with him. All she could think was that he had come for her, and he was here. If Sophie could have fit her head through the bars, she would have. A rather sickening smack, obviously that of flesh against bone, echoed through the air, followed by a duller thud, most probably that of body against floor. Running steps, and then... "Benedict!" "Sophie! My God, are you well?" His hands reached through the bars, cupping her cheeks. His lips found hers. The kiss was not one of passion, but of terror and relief. "Mr. Bridgerton!" Araminta squeaked. Sophie somehow managed to pull her eyes off of Benedict and onto Araminta's shocked face. In the flurry of excitement, she'd quite forgotten that Araminta was still unaware of her ties to the Bridgerton family. It was one of life's most perfect moments. Maybe it meant she was a shallow person. Maybe it meant that she didn't have her priorities in the proper order. But Sophie just loved that Araminta, for whom position and power were everything, had just witnessed Sophie being kissed by one of London's most eligible bachelors. Of course, Sophie was also rather glad to see Benedict. Benedict pulled away, his reluctant hands trailing lightly across Sophie's face as he drew back out of her cell. As he crossed his arms, he gave Araminta a glare that Sophie was convinced would scorch earth. "What are your charges against her?" Benedict demanded. Sophie's feelings for Araminta could best be categorized as extreme dislike, but even so, she never would have described the older woman as stupid. She was now, however, prepared to reassess that judgment, because Araminta, instead of quaking and cowering as any sane person might do under such fire, instead planted her hands on her hips and belted out, "Theft!" At that very moment, Lady Bridgerton came scurrying around the corner. "I can't believe Sophie would do any such thing," she said, rushing to her son's side. Her eyes narrowed as she regarded Araminta. "And," she added rather peevishly, "I never liked you, Lady Penwood." Araminta drew back and planted an affronted hand on her chest. "This is not about me," she huffed. "It is about that girl," said with a scathing glance toward Sophie, "who had the audacity to steal my wedding band." "I never stole your wedding band, and you know it," Sophie protested. The last thing I would want of yours. You stole my shoe clips.
Sophie's mouth shut into a belligerent line.
Ha! See?
Araminta looked about, trying to gauge how many people had seen.
A clear admission of guilt.
She is your stepdaughter, Benedict ground out. She should never have been in a position where she felt she had to—
Araminta's face twisted and grew red.
Don't you ever, she warned, call her my stepdaughter. She is nothing to me. Nothing.
I beg your pardon, Lady Bridgerton said in a remarkably polite voice. But if she truly meant nothing to you, you'd hardly be here in this filthy jail attempting to have her hanged for theft. Araminta was saved from having to reply by the arrival of the magistrate, who was followed by an extremely grumpy-looking warden, who also happened to be sporting a rather stunning black eye. As the warden had spanked her on the bottom while shoving her into her cell, Sophie really couldn't help but smile.
"What is going on here?"
the magistrate demanded.
"This woman,"
Benedict said, his loud, deep voice effectively blotting out all other attempts at an answer,
"has accused my fiancé of theft."
Fiancé? Sophie just managed to snap her mouth closed. But even so, she had to clutch tightly onto the bars of her cell because her legs had turned to instant water.
"Fiancé?"
Araminta gasped. The magistrate straightened.
"And precisely who are you, sir?"
he asked, clearly aware that Benedict was someone important, even if he wasn't positive who. Benedict crossed his arms as he said his name. The magistrate paled.
Any relation to the Viscount?"
"He's my brother."
"And she's—"
he gulped as he pointed to Sophie.
"Your fiancée?"
Sophie waited for some sort of supernatural sign to stir the air, branding Benedict as a liar. But to her surprise, nothing happened. Lady Bridgerton was even nodding.
"You can't marry her,"
Araminta insisted. Benedict turned to his mother.
"Is there any reason I need to consult Lady Penwood about this?"
"None that I can think of,"
Lady Bridgerton replied.
"She is nothing but a whore,"
Araminta hissed.
"Her mother was a whore, and blood runs—"
Benedict had her by the throat before anyone was even aware that he had moved.
"Don't," he warned, "make me hit you."
The magistrate tapped Benedict on the shoulder.
"You really ought to let her go. Might I muzzle her?"
The magistrate looked torn, but eventually he shook his head. With obvious reluctance, Benedict released Araminta.
"If you marry her,"
Araminta said, rubbing her throat,
"I shall make sure everyone knows exactly what she is. The bastard daughter of a whore."
The magistrate turned to Araminta with a stern expression.
"I don't think we need that sort of language."
"I can assure you I am not in the habit of speaking in such a manner," she replied, sniffing disdainfully. "But the occasion warrants strong speech."
Sophie actually bit her knuckle as she stared at Benedict, who was flexing and unflexing his fingers in a most menacing manner. Clearly he felt the occasion warranted strong fists. The magistrate cleared his throat.
"You accuse her of a very serious crime," he gulped, "and she's going to be married to a Bridgerton."
"I am the Countess of Penwood," she shrilled. "Countess!"
The magistrate looked back and forth between the occupants of the room. As a countess, Araminta outranked everyone, but at the same time, she was only one Penwood against two Bridgertons, one of whom was very large, visibly angry, and had already planted his fist in the warden's eye.
"She stole from me!"
"No, you stole from her!"
Benedict roared. The room fell into instant silence.
"You stole her very childhood,"
Benedict said, his body shaking with rage. There were huge gaps in his knowledge of Sophie's life, but somehow he knew that this woman had caused much of the pain that lurked behind her green eyes. And he'd have been willing to bet that her dear departed papa was responsible for the rest. Benedict turned to the magistrate and said, "My fiancée is the bastard daughter of the late Earl of Penwood, and that is why the Dowager Countess has falsely accused her of theft. It is revenge and hate, pure and simple." The magistrate looked from Benedict to Araminta, and then finally to Sophie.
"Is this true?" he asked her. "Have you been falsely accused?"
"She took the shoe clips!" Araminta shrieked. "I swear on my husband's grave, she took the shoe clips." "Oh, for the love of God, Mother, I took the shoe clips."
Sophie's mouth fell open.
"Posy?"
Benedict looked at the newcomer, a short, slightly pudgy young woman, who was obviously the Countess's daughter, then glanced back to Sophie, who had gone white as a sheet.
"Get out of here," Araminta hissed. "You have no place in these proceedings."
"Obviously she does,"
the magistrate said, turning to Araminta.
"If she took the shoe clips. Do you want to have her charged?"
"She's my daughter." "Put me in the cell with Sophie,"
Posy said dramatically, clasping one of her hands to her breast with great effect.
"If she is transported for theft, then I must be as well."
For the first time in several days, Benedict found himself smiling. The warden took out his keys.
"Sir,"
he said hesitantly, nudging the magistrate.
"Put those away,"
the magistrate snapped.
"We're not incarcerating the Countess's daughter."
"Do not put those away," Lady Bridgerton cut in. "I want my future daughter-in-law released immediately."
The warden looked helplessly at the magistrate.
"Oh, very well,"
the magistrate said, jabbing his finger in Sophie's direction.
"Let that one free, but no one is going anywhere until I have this sorted out."
Araminta bristled in protest, but Sophie was duly released. She started to run to Benedict, but the magistrate held out a restraining arm.
"Not so fast," he warned. "We'll be having no lovey-dovey reunions until I figure out who is to be arrested." "No one is to be arrested," Benedict growled.
"She is going to Australia!"
Araminta cried out, pointing towards Sophie.
"Put me in the cell,"
Posy sighed, placing the back of her hand against her brow.
"I did it." "Posy, will you be quiet?"
Sophie whispered.
"Trust me, you do not want to be in that cell. It's dreadful, and there are rats."
Posy started inching away from the cell.
"You will never see another invitation again in this town," Lady Bridgerton said to Araminta. "I am a countess," Araminta hissed. "And I am more popular," Lady Bridgerton returned, the snide words so out of character that both Benedict's and Sophie's mouths dropped open.
"Enough,"
the magistrate said. He turned to Posy, pointing to Araminta as he said,
"Is she your mother?"
Posy nodded.
"And you said you stole the shoe clips?"
Posy nodded again.
"And no one stole her wedding ring. It's in her jewellery box at home."
No one gasped, because no one was terribly surprised. But Araminta said, nonetheless,
"It is not." "Your other jewellery box," Posy clarified. "The one you keep in the third drawer from the left."
Araminta paled. The magistrate said,
"You don't seem to have a very good case against Miss Beckett, Lady Penwood."
Araminta began to shake with rage, her outstretched arm quivering as she pointed one long finger at Sophie.
"She stole from me,"
she said in a deadly low voice, before turning furious eyes on Posy.
"My daughter is lying. I do not know why, and I certainly do not know what she hopes to gain. But she is lying."
Something very uncomfortable began to churn in Sophie's stomach. Posy was going to be in horrible trouble when she went home. There was no telling what Araminta would do in retaliation for such public humiliation. She couldn't let Posy take the blame for her. She had to—
"Posy didn't!"
The words burst forth from her mouth before she had a chance to think. But she didn't manage to finish her sentence because Posy elbowed her in the belly. Hard.
"Did you say something?"
the magistrate inquired. Sophie shook her head, completely unable to speak. Posy had knocked her breath clear to Scotland. The magistrate let out a weary sigh and raked his hand through his thinning blonde hair. He looked at Posy, then at Sophie, then Araminta, then Benedict. Lady Bridgerton cleared her throat, forcing him to look at her too. "Clearly," the magistrate said, looking very much as if he'd rather be anywhere other than where he was, "this is about a great deal more than a stolen shoe clip." "Shoe clips," Araminta sniffed. "There were 2 of them." "Regardless," the magistrate ground out, "you all obviously detest one another, and I would like to know why before I go ahead and charge anyone." For a second, no one spoke. Then everyone spoke. "Silence!" the magistrate roared. "You," he said, pointing at Sophie. "Start." Now that Sophie actually had the floor, she felt terribly self-conscious. The magistrate cleared his throat, loudly.
"What he said was correct,"
Sophie said quickly, pointing to Benedict.
"I am the daughter of the Earl of Penwood, although I was never acknowledged as such."
Araminta opened her mouth to say something, but the magistrate sent her such a withering glare that she kept quiet.
"I lived at Penwood Park for 7 years, before she married the Earl,"
she continued, motioning to Araminta.
"The Earl said that he was my guardian, but everyone knew the truth."
She paused, remembering her father's face, and thinking that she ought not be so surprised that she couldn't picture him with a smile.
"I look a great deal like him,"
she said. "I knew your father," Lady Bridgerton said softly, "and your aunt. It explains why I've always thought you looked so familiar." Sophie flashed her a small, grateful smile. Something in Lady Bridgerton's tone was very reassuring, and it made her feel a little warmer inside, a little more secure. "Please continue," the magistrate said. Sophie gave him a nod, then added,
"When the Earl married the Countess, she didn't want me living there, but the Earl insisted. I rarely saw him, and I don't think he thought very much of me, but he did see me as his responsibility, and he wouldn't allow her to boot me out. But when he died—"
Sophie stopped and swallowed, trying to get past the lump in her throat. She'd never actually told her story to anyone before. The words seemed strange and foreign coming from her mouth.
"When he died,"
she continued,
"his will specified that Lady Penwood's portion would be trebled if she kept me in her household until I turned 20. So she did, but my position changed dramatically. I became a servant. Well, not really a servant."
Sophie smiled wryly.
"A servant is paid, so I was really more like a slave."
Sophie looked over at Araminta. She was standing with her arms crossed and her nose tipped in the air. Her lips were pursed tightly, and it suddenly struck Sophie how very many times before she had seen that exact same expression on Araminta's face, more times than she could dare to count. Enough times to have broken her soul. Yet here she was, dirty and penniless to be sure, but with her mind and spirit still strong. "Sophie," Benedict asked, gazing at her with a concerned expression, "is everything all right?" She nodded slowly, because she was just coming to realize that everything was all right. The man she loved had, in a rather roundabout way, just asked her to marry him. Araminta was finally about to receive the drubbing she deserved, at the hands of the Bridgertons no less, who would leave her in shreds by the time they were through. And Posy, now that might have been the loveliest of all. Posy, who had always wanted to be a sister to her, who had never quite had the courage to be herself, had stood up to her mother, and quite possibly saved the day. Sophie was 100% certain that if Benedict had not come and declared her his fiancée, Posy's testimony would have been the only thing to save her from transportation, or maybe even execution. And Sophie knew better than anyone that Posy would pay dearly for her courage. Araminta was probably already plotting how to make her life a living hell. Yes, everything was all right, and Sophie suddenly found herself standing a little straighter as she said, "Allow me to finish my story. After the Earl died, Lady Penwood kept me on as her unpaid lady's maid, although in truth I was made to do the work of 3 maids.
You know, Lady Whistledown said that very thing just last month," Posy said excitedly. "I told Mother that she—"
"Posy, shut up!" Araminta snapped.
"When I turned 20, Sophie continued, she didn't turn me out. To this day I don't know why."
"I think we've heard enough," Araminta said. "I don't think we've heard nearly enough," Benedict snapped. Sophie looked to the magistrate for guidance. At his nod, she continued,
"I can only deduce that she rather enjoyed having someone to order about. Or maybe she just liked having a maid she didn't have to pay. There was nothing left from his will." "That's not true,"
Posy blurted out. Sophie turned to her in shock.
"He did leave you money,"
Posy insisted. Sophie felt her jaw go slack.
"That's not possible. I had nothing. My father saw to my welfare up to age 20, but after that,
Posy said rather forcefully,
you had a dowry." "A dowry?"
Sophie whispered. "That's not true!" Araminta shrilled.
"It is true,"
Posy insisted.
"You ought not leave incriminating evidence about Mother. I read a copy of the Earl's will last year."
She turned to the rest of the room and said,
"It was in the same box where she put her wedding band." "You stole my dowry,"
Sophie said, her voice barely more than breath. All these years, she'd thought her father had left her with nothing. She'd known that he'd never loved her, that he saw her as little more than his responsibility, but it had stung that he'd left dowries for Rosamond and Posy, who were not even his blood daughters, and not for her. She'd never really thought that he'd ignored her on purpose. In all truth, she'd mostly felt forgotten, which had felt worse than a deliberate snub would have done.
"He left me a dowry,"
she said dazedly. Then, to Benedict,
"I have a dowry."
"I don't care if you have a dowry," Benedict replied. "I don't need it."
"I care,"
Sophie said.
"I thought he'd forgotten me. All these years, I'd thought he'd written up his will and simply forgotten about me. I know he couldn't really leave money to his bastard daughter, but he'd told all the world I was his ward. There was no reason he couldn't provide for his ward."
For some reason, she looked to Lady Bridgerton.
"He could have provided for a ward. People do that all the time."
The magistrate cleared his throat and turned on Araminta. "And what has happened to her dowry?" Araminta said nothing. Lady Bridgerton cleared her throat.
"I don't think it's terribly legal," she said, "to embezzle a young woman's dowry."
She smiled, a slow, satisfied sort of smile.
"Eh, Araminta?"
Chapter 23. Lady Penwood appears to have left town. So does Lady Bridgerton. Interesting. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 18th of June, 1817. Benedict decided he had never loved his mother more than he did at that very minute. He was trying not to grin, but it was exceedingly difficult with Lady Penwood gasping like a fish on land. The magistrate's eyes bugged out. "You're not suggesting I arrest the Countess?" "No, of course not," Violet demurred. "She'd likely go free. The aristocracy rarely pays for its crimes. But," she added, tilting her head slightly to the side as she gave Lady Penwood a very pointed glance, "if you were to arrest her, it would be terribly embarrassing while she defended the charges." "What are you trying to say?" Lady Penwood asked, through decidedly clenched teeth. Violet turned to the magistrate. "Might I have a few moments alone with Lady Penwood?" "Of course, my lady," He gave her a gruff nod, then barked, "Everyone, out!"
No," Violet said with a sweet smile as she pressed something that looked suspiciously like a pound note into his palm. "My family may stay." The magistrate blushed slightly, then grabbed the warden's arm and yanked him out of the room. "There now," Violet murmured. "Where were we?" Benedict beamed with pride as he watched his mother march right up to Lady Penwood and stare her down. He stole a glance at Sophie. Her mouth was hanging open. "My son is going to marry Sophie," Violet said, "and you are going to tell anyone who will listen that she was the ward of your late husband."
"I will never lie for her,"
Lady Penwood shot back. Violet shrugged. "Fine. Then you can expect my solicitors to begin looking for Sophie's dowry immediately. After all, Benedict will be entitled to it once he marries her." Benedict slipped his arm around Sophie's waist and gave her a light squeeze.
"If someone asks me," Lady Penwood ground out, "I will confirm whatever story you bandy about. But do not expect me to go out of my way to help her."
Violet pretended to mull that over, then said, "Excellent. I do believe that will do nicely." She turned to her son. "Benedict?" He gave her a sharp nod. His mother turned back to Lady Penwood. "Sophie's father was named Charles Beckett, and he was a distant cousin of the Earl's, no?" Lady Penwood looked as if she'd swallowed a bad clam, but she nodded nonetheless. Violet pointedly turned her back on the Countess and said, "I'm sure some members of the ton will consider her a bit shabby, since obviously nobody will be familiar with her family, but at least she will be respectable. After all," she turned back around and flashed a wide smile at Araminta, "there is that connection with the Penwoods." Araminta let out a strange growling sound. It was all Benedict could do not to laugh. "Oh, magistrate!" Violet called out, and when he bustled back into the room, she smiled gamely at him and said, "I believe my work here is done." He let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Then I don't have to arrest anyone?" "It seems not." He practically sagged against the wall. "Well, I am leaving," Lady Penwood announced, as if anyone might possibly miss her. She turned to her daughter with furious eyes. "Come along, Posy." Benedict watched as the blood quite literally drained from Posy's face. But before he could intervene, Sophie jumped forward, blurting out, "Lady Bridgerton," just as Araminta roared, "Now!" "Yes, dear." Sophie grabbed Violet's arm and pulled her close enough to whisper something in her ear. "Quite right," Violet said. She turned to Posy. "Miss Gunningworth." "Actually, it's Miss Riling," Posy corrected. "The Earl never adopted me." "Of course. Miss Riling, how old are you?" 21, my lady." "Well, that's certainly old enough to make your own decisions. Would you like to come to my home for a visit?" "Oh, yes."
"Posy, you may not go live with the Bridgertons," Araminta ordered.
Violet ignored her completely as she said to Posy, "I believe I will quit London early this season. Would you care to join us for an extended stay in Kent?" Posy nodded quickly. "I would be much obliged." "That settles it, then."
"That does not settle it," Araminta snapped. "She is my daughter and—"
"Benedict," Lady Bridgerton said in a rather bored voice. "What was the name of my solicitor?"
"Go," Araminta spat at Posy, "and don't ever darken my door again."
For the first time that afternoon, Posy began to look a little scared. It didn't help when her mother stalked right up to her and hissed straight in her face,
"If you go with them now, you are dead to me. Do you understand? Dead."
Posy threw a panicked look at Violet, who immediately stepped forward and linked their arms together. "It's all right, Posy," Violet said softly.
You may stay with us as long as you wish." Sophie stepped forward and slid her arm through Posy's free one. "Now we will be sisters truly," she said, leaning forward and giving her a kiss on the cheek.
"Oh, Sophie,"
Posy cried out, a well of tears bursting forth.
"I'm so sorry. I never stood up for you. I should have said something. I should have done something, but—"
Sophie shook her head. "You were young. I was young. And I know better than anyone how difficult it is to defy her." She threw a scathing glare at Araminta. "Don't you speak to me that way!" Araminta seethed, raising her hand as if to strike. Violet cut in. "The solicitors, Lady Penwood. Don't forget the solicitors." Araminta dropped her hand, but she looked as if she might spontaneously burst into flame at any moment. "Benedict!" Violet called out. "How quickly could we be at the solicitor's office?" Grinning inside, he gave his chin a thoughtful stroke. "They're not too terribly far away. 20 minutes? 30 if the roads are full." Araminta shook with rage as she directed her words at Violet. "Take her, then. She's never been anything to me but a disappointment, and you can expect to be stuck with her until your dying day, as no one is likely to offer for her. I have to bribe men just to ask her to dance." And then the strangest thing occurred. Sophie began to shake. Her skin turned red, her teeth clenched, and the most amazing roar burst forth from her mouth. And before anyone could even think to intervene, she had planted her fist squarely into Araminta's left eye and sent the older woman sprawling. Benedict had thought that nothing could have surprised him more than his mother's heretofore undetected Machiavellian streak. He was wrong. "That," Sophie hissed, "is not for stealing my dowry. It's not for all the times you tried to boot me out of my house before my father died. And it's not even for turning me into your personal slave." Sophie," Benedict said mildly. "What, then, is it for?" Sophie's eyes never wavered off of Araminta's face as she said, "That was for not loving your daughters equally." Posy began to bawl. "There's a special place in hell for mothers like you," Sophie said, her voice dangerously low. "You know," the magistrate squeaked, "we really do need to clear this cell out for the next occupant." "He's right," Violet said quickly, stepping in front of Sophie before she decided to start kicking Araminta. She turned to Posy. "Have you any belongings you wish to retrieve?" Posy shook her head. Violet's eyes turned sad as she gave Posy's hand a little squeeze. "We shall make new memories for you, my dear." Araminta rose to her feet, gave Posy one last horrific glare, then stalked away. "Well," Violet declared, planting her hands on her hips, "I thought she would never leave." Benedict disengaged his arm from Sophie's waist with a murmur of, "Don't move a muscle," then walked quickly to his mother's side. "Have I told you lately," he whispered in her ear, "how much I love you?" "No," she said with a jaunty smile, "but I know anyway." "Have I mentioned that you're the best of mothers?" "No, but I know that too." "Good." He leaned down and dropped a kiss on her cheek. "Thank you. It's a privilege to be your son." His mother, who had held her own throughout the day, and indeed proven herself the most hard-headed and quick-witted of them all, burst into tears. "What did you say to her?" Sophie demanded. "It's all right," Violet said, sniffing mightily. "It's—" She threw her arms around Benedict. "I love you too." Posy turned to Sophie and said, "This is a nice family." Sophie turned to Posy and said, "I know." 1 hour later, Sophie was in Benedict's sitting room, perched on the very same sofa on which she had lost her innocence just a few weeks earlier. Lady Bridgerton had questioned the wisdom and propriety of Sophie's going to Benedict's home by herself, but he had given her such a look that she had quickly backed down, saying only, "Just have her home by 7, which gave them 1 hour together.
"I'm sorry,"
Sophie blurted out, the instant her bottom touched the sofa. For some reason, they hadn't said anything during the carriage ride home. They'd held hands, and Benedict had brought her fingers to his lips, but they hadn't said anything. Sophie had been relieved. She hadn't been ready for words. It had been easy at the jail, with all the commotion and so many people, but now that they were alone, she didn't know what to say. Except, she supposed,
"I'm sorry."
"No, I'm sorry," Benedict replied, sitting beside her and taking her hands in his.
"No, I'm—"
She suddenly smiled.
"This is very silly."
"I love you," he said. Her lips parted. "I want to marry you," he said. She stopped breathing. "And I don't care about your parents or my mother's bargain with Lady Penwood to make you respectable." He stared down at her, his dark eyes meltingly in love. "I would have married you no matter what." Sophie blinked. The tears in her eyes were growing fat and hot, and she had a sneaking suspicion that she was about to make a fool of herself by blubbering all over him. She managed to say his name, then found herself completely lost from there. Benedict squeezed her hands. "We couldn't have lived in London, I know, but we don't need to live in London. When I thought about what it was in life I really needed, not what I wanted, but what I needed, the only thing that kept coming up was you."
"No,
let me finish," he said, his voice suspiciously hoarse. "I shouldn't have asked you to be my mistress. It wasn't right of me."
"Benedict,"
she said softly,
"what else would you have done? You thought me a servant. In a perfect world we could have married. But this isn't a perfect world. Men like you don't marry."
"Fine. I wasn't wrong to ask then." He tried to smile. It came out lopsided. "I would have been a fool not to ask. I wanted you so badly. And I think I already loved you and—"
"Benedict, you don't have to—"
"Explain. Yes, I do. I should never have pressed the issue once you refused my offer. It was unfair of me to ask, especially when we both knew that I would eventually be expected to marry. I would die before sharing you. How could I ask you to do the same?" She reached out and brushed something off of his cheek. Jesus, was he crying? He couldn't remember the last time he'd cried. When his father had died, perhaps. Even then, his tears had fallen in private. "There are so many reasons I love you," he said, each word emerging with careful precision. He knew that he had won her. She wasn't going to run away. She would be his wife. But he still wanted this to be perfect. A man only got one shot at declaring himself to his true love. He didn't want to muck it up completely. "But one of the things I love best," he continued, "is the fact that you know yourself. You know who you are, and what you value. You have principles, Sophie, and you stick by them." He took her hand and brought it to his lips. "That is so rare." Her eyes were filling with tears, and all he wanted to do was hold her. But he knew he had to finish. So many words had been welling up inside of him, and they all had to be said. "And," he said, his voice dropping in volume, "you took the time to see me, to know me, Benedict, not Mr. Bridgerton, not number 2, Benedict." She touched his cheek.
"You're the finest person I know. I adore your family, but I love you."
He crushed her to him. He couldn't help it. He had to feel her in his arms, to reassure himself that she was there and that she would always be there, with him, by his side, until death did they part. It was strange, but he was driven by the oddest compulsion to hold her. Just hold her. He wanted her, of course. He always wanted her. But more than that, he wanted to hold her, to smell her, to feel her. He was, he realized, comforted by her presence. They didn't need to talk. They didn't even need to touch, although he wasn't about to let go just then. Simply put, he was a happier man, and quite possibly a better man, when she was near. He buried his face in her hair, inhaling her scent, smelling. He drew back. "Would you care for a bath?" Her face turned an instant scarlet.
"Oh, no,"
she moaned, the words muffled into the hand she'd clapped over her mouth.
"It was so filthy in jail, and I was forced to sleep on the ground and—"
"Don't tell me any more," he said. "But please." If he heard more, he might have to kill someone. As long as there had been no permanent damage, he didn't want to know the details. "I think," he said, the first hint of a smile tugging at the left corner of his mouth, "that you should take a bath."
"Right."
She nodded as she rose to her feet.
"I'll go straight to your mother's."
"Here?"
"Here?"
The smile spread to the right corner of his mouth. "Here."
"But we told your mother—"
"That you'd be home by 9.
"I think she said 7.
"Did she? Funny. I heard 9.
"Benedict?"
He took her hand and pulled her toward the door. 7 sounds an awful lot like 9.
"Benedict?"
Actually, it sounds even more like 11.
"Benedict!"
He deposited her right by the door. "Stay here."
"I beg your pardon?"
"Don't move a muscle," he said, touching his fingertip to her nose. Sophie watched helplessly as he slipped out into the hall, only to return 2 minutes later.
"Where did you go?"
she asked. "To order a bath."
"But—"
His eyes grew very, very wicked. "For 2. She gulped. He leaned forward. "They happened to have water heating already."
"They did?"
He nodded. "It'll only take a few minutes to fill the tub." She glanced toward the front door.
"It's nearly 7.
"But I'm allowed to keep you until 12.
"Benedict."
He pulled her close. "You want to stay?"
"I never said that."
"You don't have to. If you really disagreed with me, you'd have something more to say than Benedict." She had to smile. He did that good an imitation of her voice. His mouth curved into a devilish grin. "Am I wrong?" She looked away, but she knew her lips were twitching. "I thought not," he murmured. He motioned with his head toward the stairs. "Come with me." She went. To Sophie's great surprise, Benedict vacated the room while she undressed for her bath. She held her breath as she pulled her dress over her head. He was right. She did smell rank. The maid who had drawn the bath had scented it with oil and a sudsy soap that left bubbles floating on the surface. Once Sophie had shed all of her clothing, she dipped her toe into the steaming water. The rest of her soon followed. Heaven! It was hard to believe it had only been 2 days since she'd had a bath. 1 night in jail made it feel more like a year. Sophie tried to clear her mind and enjoy the hedonism of the moment, but it was difficult to enjoy with the anticipation growing within her veins. She knew when she'd decided to stay that Benedict planned on joining her. She could have refused. For all his wheedling and cajoling, he would have taken her back home to his mother's. But she had decided to stay. Somewhere between the sitting room doorway and the base of the stairs, she'd realized she wanted to stay. It had been such a long road to this moment, and she wasn't quite ready to relinquish him, even if it would only be until the following morning, when he was sure to come by his mother's for breakfast. He would be here soon, and when he was... She shivered. Even in the steaming hot tub she shivered. And then, as she was sinking deeper into the water, allowing it to rise above her shoulders and neck, even right up to her nose, she heard the click of the door opening. Benedict. He was wearing a dark green dressing gown, tied with a sash at his waist. His feet were bare, as were his legs from the knees down. "I hope you don't mind if I have this destroyed," he said, glancing down at her dress. She smiled at him and shook her head. It wasn't what she'd been expecting him to say, and she knew that he'd done it to set her at ease. "I'll send someone to fetch you another," he said.
"Thank you."
She shifted slightly in the water to make room for him, but he surprised her by walking to her end of the tub. "Lean forward," he murmured. She did, and sighed with pleasure as he began to wash her back. "I've dreamed of doing this for years."
"Years?"
she asked, amused. "Mm-hmm. I had many dreams about you after the masquerade." Sophie was glad she was leaning forward, her forehead resting on her bent knees, because she blushed. "Dunk your head so I can wash your hair," he ordered. She slid under the water, then quickly came back up. Benedict rubbed the bar of soap in his hands and then began to work the lather through her hair. "It was longer before," he commented.
"I had to cut it,"
she said.
"I sold it to a wig maker."
She wasn't sure, but she thought she might have heard him growl.
"It used to be much shorter," she added.
"Ready to rinse?" She dunked back in the tub, swishing her head this way and that under the water before coming back up for air. Benedict cupped his hands and filled them with water. "You've still got some in the back," he said, letting the water pour over her hair. Sophie let him repeat that process a few times, then finally asked,
"Aren't you coming in?"
It was dreadfully brazen of her, and she knew she must be blushing like a raspberry, but she simply had to know. He shook his head. "I'd planned to, but this is too much fun."
"Washing me?"
she asked doubtfully. One corner of his mouth quirked into the faintest of half smiles. "I'm rather looking forward to drying you off as well." He reached down and picked up a large white towel. "Up you go." Sophie chewed on her lower lip in indecision. She had, of course, already been as close to him as two people could be, but she wasn't so sophisticated that she could rise naked from the tub without a large degree of embarrassment. Benedict smiled faintly as he stood and unfolded the towel. Holding it wide, he averted his gaze and said, "I'll have you all wrapped up before I can see a thing." Sophie took a deep breath and stood, somehow feeling that that one action might mark the beginning of the rest of her life. Benedict gently wrapped the towel around her, his hands bringing the corners to her face when he was done. He dabbed at her cheeks, where light droplets of water were still clinging to her skin, then leaned down and kissed her nose. "I'm glad you're here," he murmured.
"I'm glad too."
He touched her chin. His eyes never left hers, and she almost felt as if he'd touched those as well. And then, with the softest, most tender caress imaginable, he kissed her. Sophie didn't just feel loved, she felt revered. "I should wait until Monday," he said, "but I don't want to."
"I don't want you to wait,"
she whispered. He kissed her again, this time with a bit more urgency. "You're so beautiful," he murmured. "Everything I ever dreamed of." His lips found her cheek, her chin, her neck, and every kiss, every nibble robbed her of balance and breath. She was sure her legs would give out, sure her strength would fail her under his tender onslaught, and just when she was convinced she'd crumple to the floor, he scooped her into his arms and carried her to the bed. "In my heart," he vowed, settling her against the quilts and pillows, "you are my wife." Sophie's breath caught. "After our wedding it will be legal," he said, stretching out alongside her, "blessed by God and country. But right now—" His voice grew hoarse as he propped himself up on one elbow so that he could gaze into her eyes. "Right now, it is true." Sophie reached up and touched his face.
"I love you,"
she whispered.
"I have always loved you." I think I loved you before I even knew you."
He leaned down to kiss her anew, but she stopped him with a breathy,
"No, wait."
He paused, mere inches from her lips.
"At the masquerade,"
she said, her voice uncharacteristically shaky.
"Even before I saw you, I felt you. Anticipation. Magic. There was something in the air. And when I turned and you were there, it was as if you'd been waiting for me. And I knew that you were the reason I'd stolen into the ball."
Something wet hit her cheek, a single tear fallen from his eye.
"You are the reason I exist,"
she said softly.
"The very reason I was born."
He opened his mouth, and for a moment she was certain he would say something, but the only sound that emerged was a rough, halting noise, and she realized that he was overcome, that he could not speak. She was undone. Benedict kissed her again, trying to show in deeds what he could not say in words. He hadn't thought he could love her any more than he did just 5 seconds earlier, but when she'd told him, his heart had grown, and he'd thought it might burst. He loved her. Suddenly, the world was a very simple place. He loved her, and that was all that mattered. His robe and her towel melted away, and when they were skin to skin, he worshipped her with his hands and lips. He wanted her to realize the extent of his need for her, and he wanted her to know the same desire. "Oh, Sophie," he groaned, her name the only word he could manage to say. "Sophie, Sophie, Sophie." She smiled up at him, and he was struck by the most remarkable desire to laugh. He was happy, he realized, so damned happy, and it felt good. He positioned himself over her, ready to enter her, ready to make her his. This was different from the last time, when they'd both been swept away by emotion. This time they had been deliberate. They had chosen more than passion. They had chosen each other. "You're mine," he said, his eyes never leaving hers as he slid inside. "You're mine." And much later, when they were exhausted and spent, lying in each other's arms, he brought his lips to her ear and whispered, "And I'm yours." Several hours later, Sophie yawned and blinked herself awake, wondering why she felt so lovely and warm, and
"Benedict!" she gasped. "What time is it?"
He didn't respond, so she clutched at his shoulder and shook hard.
"Benedict! Benedict!"
He grunted as he rolled over. "I'm sleeping."
"What time is it?"
He buried his face in the pillow. "Haven't the foggiest."
"I'm supposed to be at your mother's by 7.
11, he mumbled.
7.
He opened one eye. It looked like it took a great deal of effort. "You knew you weren't going to make it back by 7 when you decided to take a bath."
"I know, but I didn't think I'd be much past 9.
Benedict blinked a few times as he looked around the room. "I don't think you're going to make it." But she'd already caught sight of the mantel clock and was presently choking frantically. "Are you all right?" he inquired.
"It's 3 in the morning."
He smiled. "You might as well spend the night then."
"Benedict."
"You wouldn't want to put out any of the servants, would you? They're all quite asleep, I'm sure."
"But I—"
"Have mercy, woman," he finally declared. "I'm marrying you next week." That got her attention.
"Next week?"
she squeaked. He tried to assume a serious mien. "It's best to take care of these things quickly."
"Why?"
"Why?" he echoed.
"Yes, why?"
Stemming gossip and all that." Her lips parted and her eyes grew round.
"Do you think Lady Whistledown will write about me?"
"God, I hope not," he muttered. Her face fell. "Well, I suppose she might. Why on earth would you want her to?"
"I've been reading her column for years. I always dreamed of seeing my name there.
He shook his head. You have very strange dreams.
Benedict.
Very well, yes. I imagine Lady Whistledown will report our marriage. If not before the ceremony, then certainly very quickly after the fact. She's diabolical that way.
I wish I knew who she was.
You and half of London.
Me and all of London, I should think.
She sighed, then said, not very convincingly,
I really should go. Your mother is surely worried about me.
He shrugged. She knows where you are.
But she'll think less of me.
I doubt it. She'll give you a bit of latitude, I'm sure, considering we're to be married in 3 days.
3 days?
She yelped.
I thought you said next week.
3 days is next week. Sophie frowned.
Oh, you're right. Monday, then?
He nodded, looking very satisfied.
Imagine that,
she said.
I'll be in Whistledown.
He propped himself up on one elbow, eyeing her suspiciously. Are you looking forward to marrying me? He asked in an amused voice. Or is it merely the Whistledown mention that has you so excited? She gave him a playful swat on the shoulder. Actually, he said thoughtfully, you've already been in Whistledown.
I have? When?
After the masquerade. Lady Whistledown remarked that I'd been rather taken with a mystery woman in silver. Try as she might, she couldn't deduce your identity. He grinned. It very well may be the only secret in London she hasn't uncovered. Sophie's face went instantly serious, and she scooted a foot or so away from him on the bed.
Oh, Benedict, I want to... That is to say...
She stopped, looking away for a few seconds before turning back.
I'm sorry.
He considered yanking her back into his arms, but she looked so damned earnest he had no choice but to take her seriously. What for?
For not telling you who I was. It was wrong of me.
She bit her lip.
Well, not wrong precisely.
He drew back slightly. If it wasn't wrong, then what was it?
I don't know. I can't explain exactly why I did what I did, but it just...
She chewed on her lips some more. He started to think that she might do herself permanent harm. She sighed.
I didn't tell you right away because it didn't seem to make any sense to do so. I was so sure we'd part ways, just as soon as we left the Cavenders. But then you grew ill, and I had to care for you, and you didn't recognize me, and...
He lifted a finger to her lips. It doesn't matter. Her brows rose.
It seemed to matter a great deal the other night.
He didn't know why, but he just didn't want to get into a serious discussion at that moment. A lot has changed since then.
Don't you want to know why I didn't tell you who I was?
He touched her cheeks. I know who you are. She chewed on her lip. And do you want to hear the funniest part? He continued. Do you know one of the reasons I was so hesitant to give my heart completely to you? I'd been saving a piece of it for the lady from the masquerade, always hoping that one day I'd find her.
Oh, Benedict,
she sighed, thrilled by his words, and at the same time miserable that she had hurt him so. Deciding to marry you meant I had to abandon my dream of marrying her, he said quietly. Ironic, isn't it?
I'm sorry I hurt you by not revealing my identity,
she said, not quite looking at his face.
But I'm not sure that I'm sorry I did it. Does that make any sense?
He didn't say anything.
I think I would do the same thing again.
He still didn't say anything. Sophie started to feel very uneasy inside.
It just seemed like the right thing to do at the time, she persisted. Telling you that I'd been at the masquerade would have served no purpose.
I would have known the truth, he said softly.
Yes, and what would you have done with that truth?
She sat up, pulling the covers until they were tucked under her arms.
You would have wanted your mystery woman to be your mistress, just as you wanted the housemaid to be your mistress."
He said nothing, just stared at her face.
"I guess what I'm saying," Sophie said quickly, "is that if I'd known at the beginning what I know now, I would have said something. But I didn't know, and I thought I'd just be positioning myself for heartbreak. And—"
She choked on her final words, frantically searching his face for some kind of clue to his feelings.
"Please say something."
"I love you," he said. It was all she needed. Epilogue. Sunday's bash at Bridgerton House is sure to be the event of the season. The entire family will gather, along with 100 or so of their closest friends, to celebrate the Dowager Viscountess's birthday. It is considered crass to mention a lady's age, and so this author will not reveal which birthday Lady Bridgerton is celebrating. But have no fear, this author knows. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 9th of April, 1824.
"Stop! Stop!"
Sophie shrieked with laughter as she ran down the stone steps that led to the garden behind Bridgerton House. After 3 children and 7 years of marriage, Benedict could still make her smile, still make her laugh, and he still chased her around the house any chance he could get.
"Where are the children?"
she gasped, once he'd caught her at the base of the steps. "Francesca is watching them."
"And your mother?"
He grinned. "I dare say Francesca is watching her, too."
"Anyone could stumble upon us out here,"
she said, looking this way and that. His smile turned wicked. "Maybe," he said, catching hold of her green velvet skirt and reeling her in, "we should adjourn to the private terrace." The words were oh so familiar, and it was only a second before she was transported back 9 years to the masquerade ball.
"The private terrace, you say?"
she asked, amusement dancing in her eyes.
"And how, pray tell, would you know of a private terrace?"
His lips brushed against hers. "I have my ways," he murmured.
"And I,"
she returned, smiling slyly,
"have my secrets."
He drew back. "Oh? And will you share?"
"We 5,"
she said with a nod,
"are about to be 6.
He looked at her face, then looked at her belly. "Are you sure?"
"As sure as I was last time."
He took her hand and raised it to his lips. "This one will be a girl."
"That's what you said last time."
"I know, but—"
"And the time before."
"All the more reason for the odds to favour me this time." She shook her head.
"I'm glad you're not a gambler."
He smiled at that. "Let's not tell anyone yet."
"I think a few people already suspect,"
Sophie admitted. "I want to see how long it takes that Whistledown woman to figure it out," Benedict said.
"Are you serious?"
"The blasted woman knew about Charles, and she knew about Alexander, and she knew about William." Sophie smiled as she let him pull her into the shadows.
"Do you realise that I have been mentioned in Whistledown 232 times?"
That stopped him cold. "You've been counting?"
233, if you include the time after the masquerade."
"I can't believe you've been counting." She gave him a nonchalant shrug.
"It's exciting to be mentioned."
Benedict thought it was a bloody nuisance to be mentioned, but he wasn't about to spoil her delight. So instead he just said, "At least she always writes nice things about you. If she didn't, I might have to hunt her down and run her out of the country." Sophie couldn't help but smile.
"Oh, please. I hardly think you could discover her identity when no one else in the ton has managed it."
He raised one arrogant brow. "That doesn't sound like wifely devotion and confidence to me." She pretended to examine her glove.
"You needn't expend the energy. She's obviously very good at what she does."
"Well, she won't know about Violet," Benedict vowed. "At least not until it's obvious to the world."
"Violet?"
Sophie asked softly. "It's time my mother had a grandchild named after her, don't you think?" Sophie leaned against him, letting her cheek rest against the crisp linen of his shirt. "I think Violet is a lovely name," she murmured, nestling deeper into the shelter of his arms. "I just hope it's a girl, because if it's a boy, he's never going to forgive us." Later that night, in a townhouse in the very best part of London, a woman picked up her quill and wrote. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 12th of April, 1824. Ah, gentle reader, this author has learned that the Bridgerton grandchildren will soon number 11. But when she tried to write more, all she could do was close her eyes and sigh. She'd been doing this for so very long now. Could it have possibly been 11 years already? Maybe it was time to move on. She was tired of writing about everyone else. It was time to live her own life. And so Lady Whistledown set down her quill and walked to her window, pushing aside her sage-green curtains and looking out into the inky night. "Time for something new," she whispered. "Time to finally be me." Dear reader, have you ever wondered what happened to your favourite characters after you closed the final page? Wanted just a little bit more of a favourite novel? I have, and if the questions from my readers are any indication, I'm not the only one. So, after countless requests from Bridgerton fans, I decided to try something a little different, and I wrote a second epilogue for each of the novels. These are the stories that come after the stories. At first, the Bridgerton second epilogues were available exclusively online. Later, they were published, along with a novella about Violet Bridgerton, in a collection called The Bridgertons, Happily Ever After. Now, for the first time, each second epilogue is being included with the novel it follows. I hope you enjoy Benedict and Sophie as they continue their journey. An Offer from a Gentleman, the second epilogue. At 25, Miss Posy Riling was considered nearly a spinster. There were those who might have considered her past the cut-off from young miss to hopeless ape leader. 23 was often cited as the unkind chronological border. But Posy was, as Lady Bridgerton, her unofficial guardian, often remarked, a unique case. In debutante years, Lady Bridgerton insisted, Posy was only 20, maybe 21. Eloise Bridgerton, the eldest unmarried daughter of the house, put it a little more bluntly. Posy's first few years out in society had been worthless and should not be counted against her. Eloise's youngest sister, Hyacinth, never one to be verbally outdone, simply stated that Posy's years between the ages of 17 and 22 had been utter rot. It was at this point that Lady Bridgerton had sighed, poured herself a stiff drink, and sunk into a chair. Eloise, whose mouth was as sharp as Hyacinth's, though thankfully tempered by some discretion, had remarked that they had best get Hyacinth married off quickly, or their mother was going to become an alcoholic. Lady Bridgerton had not appreciated the comment, although she privately thought it might be true. Hyacinth was like that. But this is a story about Posy, and as Hyacinth has a tendency to take over anything in which she is involved, please do forget about her for the remainder of the tale. The truth was, Posy's first few years on the marriage mart had been utter rot. It was true that she'd made her debut at a proper age of 17, and, indeed, she was the stepdaughter of the late Earl of Penwood, who had so prudently made arrangements for her dowry before his untimely death several years prior. She was perfectly pleasant to look at, if perhaps a little plump. She had all of her teeth, and it had been remarked upon more than once that she had uncommonly kind eyes. Anyone assessing her on paper would not understand why she'd gone so long without even a single proposal. But anyone assessing her on paper might not have known about Posy's mother, Araminta Gunningworth, the Dowager Countess of Penwood. Araminta was splendidly beautiful, even more so than Posy's elder sister, Rosamond, who had been blessed with fair hair, a rosebud mouth, and eyes of blue. Araminta was ambitious too, and enormously proud of her ascension from the gentry to the aristocracy. She'd gone from Miss Winchersley to Mrs. Ryling to Lady Penwood, although, to hear her speak of it, her mouth had been dripping silver spoons since the day of her birth. But Araminta had failed in one regard. She had not been able to provide the Earl with an heir, which meant that despite the lady before her name, she did not wield a terribly large amount of power, nor did she have access to the type of fortune she felt was her due. And so she pinned her hopes on Rosamond. Rosamond, she was sure, would make a splendid match. Rosamond was achingly beautiful. Rosamond could sing and play the pianoforte, and if she wasn't talented with a needle, then she knew exactly how to poke Posy, who was. And since Posy did not enjoy repeated needle-sized skin punctures, it was Rosamond's embroidery that always looked exquisite. Posy's, on the other hand, generally went unfinished. And since money was not as plentiful as Araminta would have her peers believe, she lavished what they had on Rosamond's wardrobe, and Rosamond's lessons, and Rosamond's everything. She wasn't about to let Posy look embarrassingly shabby, but really, there was no point in spending more than she had to on her. You couldn't turn a sow's ear into a silk purse, and you certainly couldn't turn a Posy into a Rosamond. But, and this is a rather large but, things didn't turn out so well for Araminta. It's a terribly long story, and one probably deserving of a book of its own. But suffice it to say that Araminta cheated another young girl of her inheritance, one Sophia Beckett, who happened to be the Earl's illegitimate daughter. She would have got away with it completely, because who cares about a bastard? Except that Sophie had had the temerity to fall in love with Benedict Bridgerton, second son in the aforementioned and extremely well-connected Bridgerton family. This would not have been enough to seal Araminta's fate, except that Benedict decided he loved Sophie back, quite madly, and while he might have overlooked embezzlement, he certainly could not do the same for having Sophie hauled off to jail on mostly fraudulent charges. Things were looking grim for dear Sophie, even with intervention on the part of Benedict and his mother, the also aforementioned Lady Bridgerton. But then, who should show up to save the day but Posy? Posy, who had been ignored for most of her life. Posy, who had spent years feeling guilty for not standing up to her mother. Posy, who was still a little bit plump and never would be as beautiful as her sister, but who would always have the kindest eyes. Araminta had disowned her on the spot, but before Posy had even a moment to wonder if this constituted good or bad fortune, Lady Bridgerton had invited her to live in her home for as long as she wished. Posy might have spent 22 years being poked and pricked by her sister, but she was no fool. She accepted gladly, and did not even bother to return home to collect her belongings. As for Araminta, well, she'd quickly ascertained that it was in her best interest not to make any public comment about the soon-to-be Sophia Bridgerton, unless it was to declare her an absolute joy and delight, which she didn't do. But she didn't go around calling her a bastard either, which was all anyone could have expected. All of this explains, in an admittedly roundabout way, why Lady Bridgerton was Posy's unofficial guardian, and why she considered her a unique case. To her mind, Posy had not truly debuted until she came to live with her. Penwood dowry or no, who on earth would have looked twice at a girl in ill-fitting clothes, always stuck off in the corner, trying her best not to be noticed by her own mother? And if she was still unmarried at 25, why, that was certainly equal to a mere 20 for anyone else, or so Lady Bridgerton said, and no one really wanted to contradict her. As for Posy, she often said that her life had not really begun until she went to jail. This tended to require some explaining, but most of Posy's statements did. Posy didn't mind. The Bridgertons actually liked her explanations. They liked her. Even better, she rather liked herself, which was more important than she'd ever realized. Sophie Bridgerton considered her life to be almost perfect. She adored her husband, loved her cosy home, and was quite certain that her 2 little boys were the most handsome, brilliant creatures ever to be born anywhere, anytime, anyone could come up with. It was true that they had to live in the country, because even with the sizable influence of the Bridgerton family, Sophie was, on account of her birth, not likely to be accepted by some of the more particular London hostesses. Sophie called them particular. Benedict called them something else entirely. But that didn't matter. Not really. She and Benedict preferred life in the country, so it was no great loss. And even though it would always be whispered that Sophie's birth was not what it should be, the official story was that she was a distant and completely legitimate relative of the late Earl of Penwood. And even though no one really believed Araminta when she'd confirmed the story, confirmed it she had. Sophie knew that by the time her children were grown, the rumours would be old enough so that no doors would be closed to them, should they wish to take their spots in London society. All was well. All was perfect. Almost. Really, all she needed to do was find a husband for Posy. Not just any husband, of course. Posy deserved the best. She is not for everyone, Sophie had admitted to Benedict the previous day. But that does not mean she is not a brilliant catch.
Of course not, he murmured.
He was trying to read the newspaper. It was 3 days old, but to his mind it was all still news to him. She looked at him sharply.
I mean, of course, he said quickly,
and then, when she did not immediately carry on, he amended,
I mean, whichever one means that she will make someone a splendid wife.
Sophie let out a sigh. The problem is that most people don't seem to realise how lovely she is. Benedict gave a dutiful nod. He understood his role in this particular tableau. It was the sort of conversation that wasn't really a conversation. Sophie was thinking aloud, and he was there to provide the occasional verbal prompt or gesture. Or at least that's what your mother reports, Sophie continued. She doesn't get asked to dance nearly as often as she ought.
Men are beasts, Benedict agreed,
flipping to the next page. It's true, Sophie said with some emotion. Present company excluded, of course.
Oh, of course.
Most of the time, she added, a little waspishly.
He gave her a wave. Think nothing of it.
Are you listening to me? She asked, her eyes narrowing.
Every word,
he assured her, actually lowering the paper enough to see her above the top edge. He hadn't actually seen her eyes narrow, but he knew her well enough to hear it in her voice. We need to find a husband for Posy. He considered that.
Perhaps she doesn't want one.
Of course she wants one.
I have been told, Benedict opined, that every woman wants a husband, but in my experience this is not precisely true.
Sophie just stared at him, which she did not find surprising. It was a fairly lengthy statement, coming from a man with a newspaper.
Consider Eloise, he said.
He shook his head, which was his usual inclination while thinking of his sister.
How many men has she refused now?
At least 3, Sophie said. But that's not the point.
What is the point, then?
Posy.
Right,
he said slowly. Sophie leaned forward, her eyes taking on an odd mix of bewilderment and determination.
I don't know why the gentlemen don't see how wonderful she is."
"She's an acquired taste," Benedict said, momentarily forgetting that he wasn't supposed to offer a real opinion.
"What?"
"You said she's not for everyone."
"But you're not supposed to—"
She slumped a bit in her seat.
"Never mind."
"What were you going to say?"
"Nothing."
"Sophie," he prodded.
"Just that you weren't supposed to agree with me," she muttered. "But even I can recognize how ridiculous that is."
It was a splendid thing, Benedict had long since realized, to have a sensible wife. Sophie didn't speak for some time, and Benedict would have resumed his perusal of the newspaper, except that it was too interesting watching her face. She'd chew on her lip, then let out a weary sigh, then straighten a bit, as if she'd got a good thought, then frown. Really, he could have watched her all afternoon.
"Can you think of anyone?"
she suddenly asked. "For Posy?" She gave him a look. Whom else might I be speaking of? Look. He let out a breath. He should have anticipated the question, but he'd begun to think of the painting he was working on in his studio. It was a portrait of Sophie, the fourth he'd done in their 3 years of marriage. He was beginning to think that he'd not got her mouth quite right. It wasn't the lips so much as the corners of her mouth. A good portraitist needed to understand the muscles of the human body, even those on the face, and—
"Benedict!"
"What about Mr. Folsom?" he said quickly.
"The solicitor?"
He nodded.
"He looks shifty."
She was right, he realized, now that he thought on it. "Sir Reginald?" Sophie gave him another look, visibly disappointed with his selection.
"He's fat."
"So is—"
"She is not,"
Sophie cut in.
"She is pleasantly plump."
"I was going to say that so is Mr. Folsom," Benedict said, feeling the need to defend himself, "but that you had chosen to comment upon his shiftiness."
"Oh."
He allowed himself the smallest of smiles.
"Shiftiness is far worse than excess weight," she mumbled.
"I could not agree more," Benedict said. "What about Mr. Woodson?"
"Who?"
"The new vicar. The one you said—"
"Has a brilliant smile,"
Sophie finished excitedly.
"Oh, Benedict, that's perfect. Oh, I love you, love you, love you."
At that, she practically leapt across the low table between them and into his arms. "Well, I love you too," he said, and he congratulated himself on having had the foresight to shut the door to the drawing-room earlier. The newspaper flew over his shoulder, and all was right with the world. The season drew to a close a few weeks later, and so Posy decided to accept Sophie's invitation for an extended visit. London was hot and sticky, and rather smelly in the summer, and a sojourn in the country seemed just the thing. Besides, she had not seen either of her godsons in several months, and she had been aghast when Sophie had written to say that Alexander had already begun to lose some of his baby fat. Oh, he was just the most squeezable, adorable thing. She had to go see him before he grew too thin. She simply had to. And it would be nice to see Sophie too. She'd written that she was still feeling a bit weak, and Posy did like to be a help. A few days into the visit, she and Sophie were taking tea, and talk turned, as it occasionally did, to Araminta and Rosamond, whom Posy occasionally bumped into in London. After over a year of silence, her mother finally had begun to acknowledge her. But even so, conversation was brief and stilted, which Posy had decided was for the best. Her mother might have had nothing to say to her, but she didn't have anything to say to her mother either. As far as epiphanies went, it had been rather liberating.
"I saw her outside the milliner,"
Posy said, fixing her tea just the way she liked it, with extra milk and no sugar.
"She'd just come down the steps, and I couldn't avoid her, and then I realized I didn't want to avoid her. Not that I wished to speak with her, of course."
She took a sip.
"Rather, I didn't wish to expend the energy needed to hide.
Sophie nodded approvingly.
And then we spoke, and said nothing really, although she did manage to get in one of her clever little insults. I hate that. I know. She's so good at it.
It's a talent, Sophie remarked. Not a good one, but a talent nonetheless.
Well,
Posy continued,
I must say I was rather mature about the entire encounter. I let her say what she wished, and then I bid her goodbye. And then I had the most amazing realization.
What is that? Posy gave a smile.
I like myself.
Well, of course you do, Sophie said, blinking with confusion.
No, you don't understand,
Posy said. It was strange, because Sophie ought to have understood perfectly. She was the only person in the world who knew what it meant to live as Araminta's unfavoured child. But there was something so sunny about Sophie. There always had been. Even when Araminta treated her as a virtual slave, Sophie had never seemed beaten. There had always been a singular spirit to her, a sparkle. It wasn't defiance. Sophie was the least defiant person Posy knew, except perhaps for herself. Not defiance, resilience. Yes, that was it exactly. At any rate, Sophie ought to have understood what Posy had meant, but she didn't. So Posy said,
I didn't always like myself, and why should I have done? My own mother didn't like me.
Oh, Posy, Sophie said, her eyes brimming with tears. You mustn't.
No,
Posy said good-naturedly.
Don't think anything of it. It doesn't bother me.
Sophie just looked at her.
Well, not any more,
Posy amended. She eyed the plate of biscuits sitting on the table between them. She really oughtn't to eat one. She'd had 3, and she wanted 3 more. So maybe that meant that if she had 1, she was really abstaining from 2. She twiddled her fingers against her leg. Probably she shouldn't have one. Probably she should leave them for Sophie, who had just had a baby and needed to regain her strength. Although Sophie did look perfectly recovered, and little Alexander was already 4 months old.
Posy,
she looked up.
Is something amiss?
Posy gave a little shrug.
I can't decide whether I wish to eat a biscuit.
Sophie blinked. A biscuit?
Really? There are at least 2 reasons why I should not, and probably more than that.
She paused, frowning.
You looked quite serious,
Sophie remarked.
Almost as if you were conjugating Latin. Oh, no, I should look far more at peace if I were conjugating Latin,
Posy declared.
That would be quite simple, as I know nothing about it. Biscuits, on the other hand, I ponder endlessly.
She sighed and looked down at her middle.
Much to my dismay. Don't be silly, Posy,
Sophie scolded. You are the loveliest woman of my acquaintance. Posy smiled and took the biscuit. The marvellous thing about Sophie was that she wasn't lying. Sophie really did think her the loveliest woman of her acquaintance. But then again, Sophie had always been that sort of person. She saw kindness where others saw, well, where others didn't even bother to look, to be frank. Posy took a bite and chewed, deciding that it was absolutely worth it. Butter, sugar and flour. What could be better? I received a letter from Lady Bridgerton today, Sophie remarked. Posy looked up in interest. Technically, Lady Bridgerton could mean Sophie's sister-in-law, the wife of the current Viscount, but they both knew she referred to Benedict's mother. To them, she would always be Lady Bridgerton. The other one was Kate, which was just as well, as that was Kate's preference within the family. She said that Mr. Fibberley called. When Posy did not comment, Sophie added, He was looking for you.
Well, of course he was,
Posy said, deciding to have that 4th biscuit after all.
Hyacinth is too young, and Eloise terrifies him. Eloise terrifies me, Sophie admitted. Or at least she used to. Hyacinth, I'm quite sure, will terrify me to the grave. You just need to know how to manage her, Posy said with a wave. It was true. Hyacinth Bridgerton was terrifying, but the two of them had always got on quite well. It was probably due to Hyacinth's firm, some might say unyielding, sense of justice. When she'd found out that Posy's mother had never loved her as well as Rosamond, well, Posy had never told tales, and she wasn't going to begin now. But let it be said that Araminta had never again eaten fish. Or chicken. Posy had got this from the servants, and they always had the most accurate gossip. But you were about to tell me about Mr. Fibberley, Sophie said, still sipping at her tea. Posy shrugged, even though she hadn't been about to do any such thing. He's so dull. Handsome? Posy shrugged again. I can't tell. One generally need only look at the face. I can't get past his dullness. I don't think he laughs. It can't be that bad. Oh, it can, I assure you. She reached out and took another biscuit before she realised she hadn't meant to. Oh well, it was already in her hand now. She couldn't very well put it back. She waved it in the air as she spoke, trying to make her point. He sometimes makes this dreadful noise like, and I think he thinks he's laughing, but he's clearly not. Sophie giggled, even though she looked as if she thought she shouldn't. And he doesn't even look at my bosom. Posy! It's my only good feature. It is not. Sophie glanced about the drawing room, even though there was precisely no one about. I can't believe you said that. Posy let out a frustrated exhale. I can't say bosom in London, and now I can't do so in Wiltshire either. Not when I'm expecting the new vicar, Sophie said. A chunk of Posy's biscuit fell off and fell into her lap. What? I didn't tell you? Posy eyed her suspiciously. Most people thought Sophie was a poor liar, but that was only because she had such an angelic look about her, and she rarely lied. So everyone assumed that if she did, she'd be dreadful at it. Posy, however, knew better. No, she said, brushing off her skirts. You did not tell me. How very unlike me, Sophie murmured. She picked up a biscuit and took a bite. Posy stared at her. Do you know what I'm not doing now? Sophie shook her head. I am not rolling my eyes, because I am trying to act in a fashion that befits my age and maturity. You do look very grave. Posy stared her down a bit more. He is unmarried, I assume? Yes. Posy lifted her left brow, the arch expression possibly the only useful gift she'd received from her mother. How old is this vicar? I do not know, Sophie admitted, but he has all of his hair. And it has come to this, Posy murmured. I thought of you when I met him, Sophie said, because he smiles. Because he smiled? Posy was beginning to think that Sophie was a bit cracked. I beg your pardon? He smiles so often, and so well. At that, Sophie smiled. I couldn't help but think of you. Posy did roll her eyes this time, then followed it with an immediate, I have decided to forsake maturity. By all means. I shall meet your vicar, Posy said, but you should know I have decided to aspire to eccentricity. I wish you the best with that, Sophie said, not without sarcasm. You don't think I can? You're the least eccentric person I know. It was true, of course, but if Posy had to spend her life as an old maid, she wanted to be the eccentric one with the large hat, not the desperate one with the pinched mouth. What is his name? She asked. But before Sophie could answer, they heard the front door opening, and then it was the butler giving her her answer as he announced, Mr. Woodson is here to see you, Mrs. Bridgerton.
Posy stashed her half-eaten biscuit under a serviette and folded her hands prettily in her lap. She was a little miffed with Sophie for inviting a bachelor for tea without warning her, but still, there seemed little reason not to make a good impression. She looked expectantly at the doorway, waiting patiently as Mr. Woodson's footsteps drew near. And then, honestly, it wouldn't do to try to recount it, because she remembered almost nothing of what followed. She saw him, and it was as if, after 25 years of life, her heart finally began to beat. Hugh Woodson had never been the most admired boy at school. He had never been the most handsome or the most athletic. He had never been the cleverest, or the snobbiest, or the most foolish. What he had been, and what he had been all of his life, was the most well-liked. People liked him. They always had. He supposed it was because he liked most everybody in return. His mother swore he'd emerged from the womb smiling. She said so with great frequency, although Hugh suspected she did so only to give his father the lead-in for, "Oh, Georgette, you know it was just gas," which never failed to set the both of them into fits of giggles. It was a testament to Hugh's love for them both, and his general ease with himself, that he usually laughed as well. None the less, for all his likability, he'd never seemed to attract the females. They adored him, of course, and confided their most desperate secrets, but they always did so in a way that led Hugh to believe he was viewed as a jolly, dependable sort of creature. The worst part of it was that every woman of his acquaintance was absolutely positive that she knew the perfect woman for him, or if not, then she was quite sure that a perfect woman did indeed exist. That no woman ever thought herself the perfect woman had not gone unnoticed. Well, by Hugh at least. Everyone else was oblivious. But he carried on, because there could be no point in doing otherwise. And as he had always suspected that women were the cleverer sex, he still held out hope that the perfect woman was indeed out there. After all, no fewer than 4 dozen women had said so. They couldn't all be wrong. But Hugh was nearing 30, and Miss Perfection had not yet seen fit to reveal herself. Hugh was beginning to think that he should take matters into his own hands, except that he hadn't the slightest idea how to do such a thing, especially as he'd just taken a living in a rather quiet corner of Wiltshire, and there didn't seem to be a single appropriately aged, unmarried female in his parish. Remarkable, but true. Maybe he should wander over to Gloucestershire Sunday next. There was a vacancy there, and he'd been asked to pitch in and deliver a sermon or two until they found a new vicar. There had to be at least one unattached female. The whole of the Cotswolds couldn't be bereft. But this wasn't the time to dwell on such things. He was just arriving for tea with Mrs. Bridgerton, an invitation for which he was enormously grateful. He was still familiarising himself with the area and its inhabitants, but it had taken but one church service to know that Mrs. Bridgerton was universally liked and admired. She seemed quite clever, and kind as well. He hoped she liked to gossip. He really needed someone to fill him in on the neighbourhood law. One really couldn't tend to one's flock without knowing its history. He'd also heard that her cook laid a very fine tea. The biscuits had been mentioned in particular.
"Mr. Woodson to see you, Mrs. Bridgerton."
Hugh stepped into the drawing-room as the butler stated his name. He was rather glad he'd forgotten to eat lunch, because the house smelled heavenly, and then he quite forgot everything. Why he'd come, who he was, the colour of the sky even, and the smell of the grass. Indeed, as he stood there in the arched doorway of the Bridgertons' drawing-room, he knew one thing, and one thing only. The woman on the sofa, the one with the extraordinary eyes, who was not Mrs. Bridgerton, was Miss Perfection. Sophie Bridgerton knew a thing or two about love at first sight. She had, once upon a time, been hit by its proverbial lightning bolt, struck dumb with breathless passion, heady bliss, and an odd tingling sensation across her entire body. Or at least, that was how she remembered it. She also remembered that while Cupid's arrow had, in her case, proven remarkably accurate, it had taken quite a while for her and Benedict to reach their happily ever after. So even though she wanted to bounce in her seat with glee as she watched Posy and Mr. Woodson stare at each other like a pair of lovesick puppies, another part of her, the extremely practical, born on the wrong side of the blanket, I am well aware that the world is not made up of rainbows and angels, part of her, was trying to hold back her excitement. But the thing about Sophie was, no matter how awful her childhood had been, and parts of it had been quite dreadfully awful, no matter what cruelties and indignities she'd faced in her life, and there, too, she'd not been fortunate, she was, at heart, an incurable romantic, which brought her to Posy. It was true that Posy visited several times each year, and it was also true that one of those visits almost always coincided with the end of the season. But Sophie might have added a little extra entreaty to her recently tendered invitation. She might have exaggerated a bit when describing how quickly the children were growing, and there was a chance that she had actually lied when she said that she was feeling poorly. But in this case, the ends absolutely justified the means. Oh, Posy had told her that she would be perfectly content to remain unmarried, but Sophie did not believe her for a second. Or, to be more precise, Sophie believed that Posy believed that she would be perfectly content, but one had only to look at Posy snuggling little William and Alexander to know that she was a born mother, and that the world would be a much poorer place if Posy did not have a passel of children to call her own. It was true that Sophie had, one time or 12, made a point of introducing Posy to whichever unattached gentleman was to be found at the moment in Wiltshire. But this time Sophie knew. This time it was love. "Mr. Woodson," she said, trying not to grin like a madwoman, "may I introduce you to my dear sister, Miss Posy Riling?" Mr. Woodson looked as if he thought he was saying something, but the truth was, he was staring at Posy as if he'd just met Aphrodite. "Posy," Sophie continued, "this is Mr. Woodson, our new vicar. He has only recently arrived. What was it, 3 weeks ago?" He had been in residence for nearly 2 months. Sophie knew this perfectly well, but she was eager to see if he'd been listening well enough to correct her. He just nodded, never taking his eyes off Posy. "Please, Mr. Woodson," Sophie murmured, "do sit down." He managed to understand her meaning, and he lowered himself into a chair. "Tea, Mr. Woodson?" Sophie inquired. He nodded. "Posy, will you pour?" Posy nodded. Sophie waited, and then when it became apparent that Posy wasn't going to do much of anything besides smile at Mr. Woodson, she said, "Posy?" Posy turned to look at her, but her head moved so slowly, and with such reluctance, it was as if a giant magnet had turned its force onto her. "Will you pour Mr. Woodson's tea?" Sophie murmured, trying to restrict her smile to her eyes. "Oh, of course." Posy turned back to the vicar, that silly smile returning to her face. "Would you like some tea?" Normally, Sophie might have mentioned that she had already asked Mr. Woodson if he wanted tea, but there was nothing normal about this encounter, so she decided to simply sit back and observe. "I would love some," Mr. Woodson said to Posy. "Above all else." Really, Sophie thought, it was as if she weren't even there. "How do you take it?" Posy asked. "However you wish." Oh, now this was too much. No man fell so blindingly into love that he no longer held a preference for his tea. This was England, for heaven's sake. More to the point, this was tea.
"We have both milk and sugar,"
Sophie said, unable to help herself. She'd intended to sit and watch, but really, even the most hopeless romantic couldn't have remained silent. Mr. Woodson didn't hear her.
"Either of them would be appropriate in your cup," she added.
"You have the most extraordinary eyes," he said, and his voice was full of wonder, as if he couldn't quite believe that he was right there in this room with Posy.
"Your smile," Posy said in return. "It's lovely."
He leaned forward. "Do you like roses, Miss Riling?" Posy nodded. "I must bring you some." Sophie gave up trying to appear serene and finally let herself grin. It wasn't as if either of them was looking at her anyway.
"We have roses," she said.
No response.
"In the back garden."
Again, nothing.
"Where the two of you might go for a stroll."
It was as if someone had just stuck a pin in both of them.
"Oh, shall we?"
"I would be delighted."
"Please, allow me to—"
"Take my arm."
"I would—"
"You must." By the time Posy and Mr. Woodson were at the door, Sophie could hardly tell who was saying what, and not a drop of tea had entered Mr. Woodson's cup. Sophie waited for a full minute, and then burst out laughing, clapping her hand over her mouth to stifle the sound, although she wasn't sure why she needed to. It was a laugh of pure delight. Pride, too, at having orchestrated the whole thing. "What are you laughing about?" It was Benedict, wandering into the room, his fingers stained with paint. "Oh, biscuits! Excellent! I'm famished. Forgot to eat this morning." He took the last one and frowned. "You might have left more for me."
"It's Posy,"
Sophie said, grinning.
"And Mr. Woodson. I predict a very short engagement."
Benedict's eyes widened. He turned to the door, then to the window. "Where are they?"
"In the back. We can't see them from here."
He chewed thoughtfully. "But we could from my studio." For about 2 seconds, neither moved. But only 2 seconds. They ran for the door, pushing and shoving their way down the hall to Benedict's studio, which jutted out of the back of the house, giving it light from 3 directions. Sophie got there first, although not by entirely fair means, and let out a shocked gasp. "What is it?" Benedict said from the doorway.
"They're kissing."
He strode forward. "They are not."
"Oh, they are."
He drew up beside her, and his mouth fell open. "Well, I'll be damned." And Sophie, who never cursed, responded, "I know, I know." "And they only just met? Really?"
"You kissed me the first night we met,"
she pointed out. That was different. Sophie managed to pull her attention from the kissing couple on the lawn for just long enough to demand, "How?" He thought about that for a moment, then answered, "It was a masquerade."
"Oh, so it's all right to kiss someone if you don't know who they are?"
"Not fair, Sophie," he said, clucking as he shook his head. "I asked you and you wouldn't tell me." That was true enough to put an end to that particular branch of the conversation, and they stood there for another moment, shamelessly watching Posy and the vicar. They'd stopped kissing, and were now talking. From the looks of it, a mile a minute. Posy would speak, and then Mr. Woodson would nod vigorously and interrupt her, and then she would interrupt him, and then he looked like he was giggling of all things, and then Posy began to speak with such animation that her arms waved all about her head.
"What on earth could they be saying?"
Sophie wondered. Probably everything they should have said before he kissed her. Benedict frowned, crossing his arms. "How long have they been at this anyway?"
"You've been watching just as long as I have."
"No, I meant, when did he arrive?
Did they even speak before—" He waved his hand toward the window, gesturing to the couple, who looked about ready to kiss again.
"Yes, of course, but—"
Sophie paused, thinking. Both Posy and Mr. Woodson had been rather tongue-tied at their meeting. In fact, she couldn't recall a single substantive word that was spoken.
"Well, not very much, I'm afraid."
Benedict nodded slowly.
"Do you think I should go out there?"
Sophie looked at him, then at the window, and then back.
"Are you mad?"
He shrugged.
"She is my sister now, and it is my house."
"Don't you dare!"
"So I'm not supposed to protect her honour?"
"It's her first kiss."
He quirked a brow.
"And here we are spying on it."
"It's my right,"
Sophie said indignantly.
"I arranged the whole thing."
"Oh, you did you? I seem to recall that I was the one to suggest Mr. Woodson."
"But you didn't do anything about it."
"That's your job, darling."
Sophie considered a retort, because his tone was rather annoying. But he did have a point. She did rather enjoy trying to find a match for Posy, and she was definitely enjoying her obvious success.
"You know," Benedict said thoughtfully, "we might have a daughter someday."
Sophie turned to him. He wasn't normally one for such non-sequiturs.
"I beg your pardon?"
He gestured to the lovebirds on the lawn.
"Just that this could be excellent practice for me. I'm quite certain I wish to be an overbearingly protective father. I could storm out and tear him apart from limb to limb."
Sophie winced. Poor Mr. Woodson wouldn't stand a chance.
"Challenge him to a duel?"
She shook her head.
"Very well. But if he lowers her to the ground, I am interceding."
"He won't. Oh, dear heavens!"
Sophie leaned forward, her face nearly to the glass.
"Oh, my God!"
And she didn't even cover her mouth in horror at having blasphemed. Benedict sighed, then flexed his fingers.
"I really don't want to injure my hands. I'm halfway through your portrait, and it's going so well."
Sophie had one hand on his arm, holding him back, even though he wasn't really moving anywhere.
"No,"
she said.
"Don't."
She gasped.
"Oh, my. Maybe we should do something."
"They're not on the ground yet."
"Benedict."
"Normally I'd say to call a priest," he remarked. "Except that seems to be what got us into this mess in the first place."
Sophie swallowed.
"Perhaps you can procure a special license for them, as a wedding gift?"
He grinned.
"Consider it done."
It was a splendid wedding, and that kiss at the end. No one was surprised when Posy produced a baby 9 months later, and then at yearly intervals after that. She took great care in the naming of her brood, and Mr. Woodson, who was as beloved a vicar as he'd been in every other stage of his life, adored her too much to argue with any of her choices. First, there was Sophia, for obvious reasons, and then Benedict. The next would have been Violet, except that Sophie begged her not to. She'd always wanted the name for her daughter, and it would be far too confusing with the families living so close. So Posy went with Georgette, after Hugh's mother, whom she thought had just the nicest smile. After that was John, after Hugh's father. For quite some time, it appeared that he would remain the baby of the family. After giving birth every June for 4 years in a row, Posy stopped getting pregnant. She wasn't doing anything differently, she confided in Sophie. She and Hugh were still very much in love. It just seemed that her body had decided it was through with childbearing, which was just as well. With 2 girls and 2 boys, all in the single digits, she had her hands full. But then, when John was 5, Posy rose from bed one morning and threw up on the floor. It could only mean one thing, and the following autumn she delivered a girl. Sophie was present at the birth, as she always was.
"What shall you name her?"
she asked. Posy looked down at the perfect little creature in her arms. It was sleeping quite soundly, and even though she knew that newborns did not smile, the baby really did look as if it were rather pleased about something. Maybe about being born. Maybe this one was going to attack life with a smile. Good humour would be her weapon of choice. What a splendid human being she would be.
Araminta,
Posy said suddenly. Sophie nearly fell over from the shock of it.
What? I want to name her Araminta. I'm quite certain.
Posy stroked the baby's cheek, then touched her gently under the chin. Sophie could not seem to stop shaking her head.
But your mother... I can't believe you would... I'm not naming her for my mother,
Posy cut in gently.
I'm naming her because of my mother. It's different.
Sophie looked dubious, but she leaned over to get a closer peek at the baby.
She's really quite sweet, she murmured.
Posy smiled, never once taking her eyes off the baby's face.
I know. I suppose I could grow accustomed to it,
Sophie said, her head bobbing from side to side in acquiescence. She wiggled her finger between the baby's hand and body, giving the palm a little tickle until the tiny fingers wrapped instinctively around her own.
Good evening, Araminta, she said. Very nice to meet you. Minty,
Posy said. Sophie looked up.
What? I'm calling her Minty. Araminta will do well in the family Bible, but I do believe she's a Minty.
Sophie pressed her lips together in an effort not to smile.
Your mother would hate that. Yes,
Posy murmured.
She would, wouldn't she? Minty,
Sophie said, testing the sound on her tongue.
I like it. No, I think I love it. It suits her.
Posy kissed the top of Minty's head.
What kind of girl will you be? She whispered. Sweet and docile?
Sophie chuckled at that. She had been present at 12 birthings, 4 of her own, 5 of Posy's, and 3 of Benedict's sister Eloise. Never had she heard a baby enter this world with as loud a cry as little Minty.
This one, she said firmly, is going to lead you a merry chase.
And she did. But that, dear reader, is another story. The End. This is Rosalind Landor. We hope you have enjoyed this production of An Offer from a Gentleman by Julia Quinn. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories and more, so look for us at your public library or on download sites online. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.